It was the second week of November when I decided to take some time off work and head out to a remote cabin my uncle used to own in northern Montana. The cabin had been sitting empty for a few years after he moved out of state, but he kept it maintained enough for occasional use. I remembered going there as a teenager and always thinking it felt peaceful, quiet, maybe even too quiet sometimes. That's why I picked it. The drive up took most of the day. The last part of the road was gravel and went deep into a thick line of trees. There was no cell phone reception, and I hadn't passed another vehicle in nearly 2 hours. I brought all the supplies I thought I'd need: food for a week, firewood, extra fuel, tools, and a generator for electricity. The cabin didn't have running water, so I brought gallons of bottled water too. I got there in the early evening. The sun was already low, casting long shadows through the trees. I parked the truck beside the cabin, which looked exactly like I remembered. Weathered wood, a metal roof that echoed even the smallest raindrops, and a small porch out front that faced the forest. The air was cold and still. The trees surrounded everything. I couldn't see more than 30 feet in any direction before the woods swallowed the view. I unpacked slowly, trying to be methodical. I stored the food inside, locked up the fuel in the shed about 20 feet from the cabin, and tested the generator. Everything worked fine. I was tired from the drive, but felt relaxed, even a little proud of myself for getting away from the noise of the world. The first night passed uneventfully. I made a fire in the cast iron stove and read a book by the glow of a lantern. Outside, the wind picked up around midnight, and I could hear it pushing through the trees like a soft ocean current. I slept in the loft above the main room. It wasn't the most comfortable bed, but it was warm, and I fell asleep fast. The second day, I spent walking a few trails I remembered from years ago. Most were overgrown, but I didn't mind pushing through some brush. I brought a small axe and cleared a few paths around the cabin. I also cut up more firewood from a dead tree nearby and stacked it behind the shed. The air was sharp, and everything smelled like pine and cold dirt. That evening, just as the sun was fading, I saw something strange in the woods. I was sitting on the porch, finishing a can of soup, watching the last light disappear behind the ridge. I noticed a figure standing at the tree line across the small clearing in front of the cabin. It wasn't moving. It was just standing there, barely visible between the trunks, maybe 50 or 60 feet away. I stared for a long time, thinking maybe it was a tree stump or a weird shadow. But the more I stared, the more I was sure it wasn't part of the forest. It looked like a person. No movement, no sound. I stood up slowly, walked to the edge of the porch, and narrowed my eyes. The wind shifted the branches a little, and the figure seemed to lean slightly to one side. Then it was gone. I don't know if it stepped back or if I just lost sight of it, but it disappeared. I stayed out there for maybe 10 minutes, scanning the trees, listening. I didn't hear anything unusual. No footsteps, no animals, nothing. I told myself it was just my imagination. Maybe I was jumpy from being alone. Maybe it was just a tree. Either way, I went inside, locked the door, and kept the lantern on until I fell asleep. The next morning, I walked across the clearing to the spot where I thought I saw it. There were no footprints, no broken branches, nothing disturbed. But that didn't calm me down. The ground was hard and covered in dry leaves, so it would be easy for someone, or something, to walk without leaving much behind. I kept looking around while pretending to be casual, but my eyes were darting from tree to tree, always expecting something to move. That day, I stayed close to the cabin. I split more wood, checked the generator again, and walked the perimeter of the clearing 3 or 4 times. Every time I went out, I felt like something was watching me. It wasn't paranoia exactly. It was more like my brain knew something was off, but my eyes hadn't caught up yet. I couldn't explain it. That night, I went to bed early but didn't sleep well. Around 2 a.m., I heard a soft metallic sound outside. It was faint, but I knew that sound. It was the latch on the shed. I sat up in bed, heart pounding. I hadn't heard footsteps, just that quiet clink of metal against wood. I climbed down the ladder from the loft slowly and stood near the door, not making a sound. I had no weapons with me except the axe I used for wood. I held it tight in both hands and waited, breathing as quietly as I could. I didn't hear anything else for what felt like an hour. I wanted to open the door and look, but I also didn't want to give away that I was awake. The next morning, I found the shed door unlatched. It wasn't wide open, but the metal loop I had used to secure it was hanging loose. Nothing inside was missing as far as I could tell. The fuel cans were there. The small tools were untouched, but I was sure I had latched it the day before. I always checked it like a habit. That was the fourth day. That was when things got worse. That afternoon, I saw footprints near the back of the cabin. They weren't mine. They were smaller than my boots and had a different pattern. They came from the tree line and stopped about 10 feet from the back wall, then turned around and went back. I followed them as far as I could, but they faded out into the forest floor. I couldn't think of any reason someone would be out there. There were no other cabins nearby. The nearest house was almost an hour away by road, and even that one was a seasonal hunting place that usually stayed empty in November. I knew this area. I knew how isolated it was. Whoever came near my cabin had come on foot, and they were close. I started locking everything tight. I moved the axe inside. I even blocked the door with a wooden chair at night. I started making a log of every sound I heard, every print I saw, every change in the area. I slept less. I drank less water so I wouldn't need to go outside at night. I was scared, and I didn't want to admit it to myself, but it was getting harder to ignore. On the fifth night, just after midnight, I heard footsteps outside. Real, heavy footsteps in the leaves. They circled the cabin once, then stopped behind the shed. I sat in total darkness, heart pounding, holding the axe across my knees. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. The sound didn't come back. I stayed like that until the first light of dawn. That morning, I found something behind the shed. A small pile of stones stacked in a neat little tower. It hadn't been there before. It was about knee-high, 6 or 7 stones balanced carefully, almost like a signal. I didn't touch it. I didn't even look at it for long. I went back inside and shut all the curtains. I was planning to leave that day. I started packing, getting everything ready to throw in the truck and go. But when I turned the ignition, the truck didn't start. The battery was dead. I checked under the hood, but I didn't see anything wrong. It hadn't been that cold at night, and the battery was only a few months old. Something had drained it. I thought about walking out, but the nearest road was miles away, and the woods didn't feel safe anymore. I decided to try recharging the battery using the generator and an inverter I had brought for emergencies. I hooked everything up and waited. While I was inside, I heard something tap against the window. Just one tap, then nothing. I didn't look right away. I sat still, trying to breathe normally. When I finally stood up and pulled the curtain back, I didn't see anyone. But on the windowsill on the outside was a single pebble, just like the ones in the pile. That night was the worst. I stayed up with every light I had turned on. I put a knife and the axe beside me and didn't sleep at all. I heard movement outside the entire night. Leaves crunching, wood creaking, soft dragging sounds. But no one ever knocked on the door or tried to get in. They didn't need to. They just wanted me to know they were out there. In the morning, I found another stack of stones, this time on the porch. I kicked it over, grabbed my gear, and checked the truck again. By some miracle, the battery had enough charge. Cranked and sputtered, but it started. I didn't even let the engine warm up. I threw my bags into the cab, didn't bother locking anything behind me, and left. I didn't stop driving until I got to a gas station over 2 hours away. I stayed in a motel that night and didn't sleep well there either. I kept thinking about the footsteps, the stones, the figure in the woods. It's been a few months now. I haven't told anyone the full story because I know how it sounds. There was no one to arrest, no crimes committed, no proof, just the growing feeling that someone, some human, was watching me the whole time I was out there. Not to hurt me right away, just to show me they were close, to see how far I'd let it go before I cracked. Whoever they were, they didn't need to break in or attack me. They just needed time. And out there, in the middle of nowhere, they had all the time in the world. I sold the cabin to a forestry company last month. I'll never go back. I was 36 when I decided to take a break from everything. I had worked construction for almost 15 years, switching between sites, handling tough deadlines, and constantly dealing with noise, dust, and stress. I never really gave myself time to breathe. After a while, it all got too much, especially after my father passed away. That hit me harder than I thought it would. I didn't cry or break down. I just kind of shut down. And the longer I ignored it, the more it piled up inside. So one Friday morning in early November, I packed up my old pickup truck, loaded a few bags of clothes, a crate of canned food, a fishing rod, a few tools, and some firewood, and drove about 5 hours north of where I lived in northern Minnesota. My uncle used to own this old cabin near a lake. After he died, it was passed around between family members, and no one really wanted to keep it. It was too far out, too quiet, too broken down. Eventually, it came to me. I had never used it, but now it seemed like the perfect place to be alone for a while. The cabin sat at the edge of a lake, surrounded by tall pine and spruce trees. There were no nearby cabins, no cell signal, and the only way in was through a dirt road that was more like a path carved through the trees. You could drive down it if your tires were big enough and your shocks could take a beating. I had both. By the time I got there, the sun was just starting to sink behind the tree line. The air was cold, but not freezing. I remember stepping out of the truck and taking a deep breath. The smell of pine was so strong it felt like it cut through my nose. The cabin looked even smaller than I remembered from pictures. Just a single-room structure with a metal roof, a porch that leaned a little, and a wooden door that looked like it had been patched more than once. Still, it was solid. Inside was basic. One cot in the corner, a wood-burning stove in the middle, a small table with 2 chairs, and a window looking out toward the lake. There were no curtains, just a bare glass pane with a crack running through the bottom right. A shelf on the back wall held some canned food and a dusty old lantern. No electricity, no running water. I had brought enough bottled water to last me a week, and I planned to filter lake water if I stayed longer. I had no set return date. I just wanted to be alone. The first night was quiet. I lit a fire in the stove, cracked open a can of beans, and sat on the porch watching the lake turn black as the last light faded. I could hear the occasional splash of water, probably fish or small animals, and the rustling of wind through the trees. After a while, I went inside and unrolled my sleeping bag on the cot. It was cold, but I liked the silence. It was the kind of silence you don't get in the city, where there's always a car passing or a neighbor's TV through the wall. I woke up once that night around 3 in the morning. It was completely dark, and I thought I heard something outside. Just a thud. Not loud, just like something had dropped or maybe stepped on the porch. I sat up, listening. Nothing. Then I heard it again. Another thump, like wood creaking under weight. I stayed still, listening hard, but the sound didn't come back. I figured it might be a raccoon or maybe a deer nosing around. Still, it made me get up and throw a couple more logs in the stove. I sat there for a while, watching the fire, before I went back to sleep. The next morning, I stepped outside to check. The porch had a bit of frost on it. Nothing looked disturbed. There were no prints I could see, but I wasn't exactly a tracker. I let it go. I grabbed my rod and walked down to the edge of the lake. The water was ice cold, but not frozen yet. I fished for about 2 hours and caught 2 good-sized perch, cleaned them on a flat rock, cooked them in a pan on the stove, and ate with some salt and bread. Felt good. I was already starting to feel like my head was clearing. That afternoon, I walked the edge of the lake to the other side where the trees grew tighter together. I found a good trail that seemed old and unused, mostly overgrown but walkable. I didn't go far, just enough to stretch my legs and see what was around. When I came back, the sun was dipping low again. It got dark fast in the forest. By the time I was chopping wood behind the cabin, the shadows were long and thick. I felt something then, like someone was watching. Not a sound, not even wind, just that weird pressure in your gut. I turned around and looked at the trees. Nothing, but I scanned for longer than usual. That night, just like before, I sat on the porch after dinner and watched the dark settle in. I had a headlamp with a red light to save battery. I used it sparingly, just enough to check my watch or grab something. Around 10, I went inside, locked the door, and lay down. The stove still had heat, and I was wrapped up tight. I felt safe. Then, at some point in the night, I woke up again. No idea why. No sound. Just eyes open, wide awake, heartbeat faster than usual. I sat up and looked around. The fire was low but still glowing. Then I heard it. A scraping sound. Slow, like something dragging across the porch. Wood on wood. Not footsteps. A drag. I stood up slowly, went to the window and looked out. I couldn't see anything. The moon was bright, but the angle of the roof cast a shadow over the porch. I stayed there for what felt like 5 minutes, just waiting, listening. The scraping didn't come back. I don't know why, but I didn't open the door. Maybe I was just being cautious. Maybe something felt off. Eventually, I went back to bed, but I barely slept. My ears stayed alert all night. Every creak of the wood, every pop from the stove, I heard it all. The next day, I checked the porch again. This time, I saw something. Scratches on the wood. Long ones, for lines evenly spaced like fingers. They weren't deep, but they were there, about knee height along the railing. My stomach dropped a little. I bent down to look closer. It didn't look like an animal, not a bear or raccoon. Too even, too human. I looked around the woods again. I don't know what I expected to see. Maybe someone walking away, but it was quiet. The kind of quiet that starts to get under your skin. I thought about leaving that day, packing up, heading home, calling it a nice little break. But I didn't. I told myself it could have been anything. Maybe a prank from someone who knew about the cabin. Maybe a hiker. I even thought it could have been an old mark I just hadn't noticed. That night, I stayed up late. I didn't lie down. I sat in the chair by the stove, my flashlight in my lap, the fire bright. I kept the door locked. I didn't hear anything until around 2 in the morning. Then it came again, the same slow dragging sound. But this time, it moved across the porch and stopped in front of the door. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. The sound didn't continue. There was no knock, no jiggling of the handle, just silence. Then I heard a soft thump, like something setting down heavy. I stayed in the chair for 2 hours. When the first light came through the window, I finally got up and opened the door. There was a dead rabbit on the porch. It was gutted. The fur was peeled back, the insides gone. It looked like it had been cut with something sharp, not torn. I stared at it for a long time. I didn't touch it. I got a shovel from behind the cabin and flung it into the woods. I didn't want to bury it. I didn't want anything to stay close. That was when I finally admitted something was wrong. Someone was out there. I wanted to leave, but the truck wouldn't start. I turned the key and it just clicked, over and over. I checked under the hood, but nothing looked out of place. I'm not a mechanic, but I've dealt with dead batteries before. This wasn't a dead battery. It felt like something had been done to it, but I didn't see any cut wires or damage. I was stuck. I told myself I'd try again later. I cleaned the battery terminals. I'd figure it out. But inside, I already knew I wasn't leaving that day. I spent the next few hours cutting more wood, boiling water, and sharpening the hatchet I had brought for chopping branches. I kept the axe inside that night. When the dark came, I didn't sit by the stove. I sat on the floor, back against the wall, the axe across my lap. I didn't light a fire. I didn't want whoever was out there to see I was still here. And they came back. Just after midnight, I heard movement. Not just a scrape. Footsteps. Slow, steady, pacing in front of the porch. Then silence. Then footsteps again, but this time on the side of the cabin. Moving toward the window. I stayed still. I held my breath as the footsteps stopped just under the window. I could see a shadow move across the wall. It was faint, but it was there. I gripped the axe hard. My heart was hammering so loud it was hard to hear anything else. Then the shadow moved away. The footsteps faded. Nothing after that. I didn't sleep that night. At sunrise, I stepped out and looked around. I saw prints this time. Boot prints. Human. Big ones. Someone had circled the cabin at least twice. I followed them for about 20 feet into the trees before they disappeared into the underbrush. That was it. I had to leave. I gathered everything into the truck. It started with the need to get away. I had been stuck in a loop for too long, waking up in the same bed, sitting at the same desk, opening the same blank document every day and closing it by evening with nothing done. The noise of the city didn't help. Car horns, construction, yelling neighbors, sirens. It was never quiet long enough for thoughts to settle. For years, I had been saying I needed a break to focus on the book I had been trying to write for what felt like half my life. So I finally did it. I found a cabin up north, deep in the woods, far away from people, from noise, from everything. I rented it for 6 weeks. The owner said it had electricity, running water, propane heat, and a small wood stove. There was no internet, and the only cell signal was weak at best unless you climbed the hill half a mile behind the place. That sounded perfect to me. I packed everything I needed: cans, dry goods, winter clothes, notebooks, a laptop, backup batteries, tools, and a few comforts like coffee and books. I drove out there the first week of January, just after the new year. The drive got rough toward the end. The paved road turned to gravel, then narrowed to a barely used path in the snow, marked by 2 faded tire tracks that disappeared into the trees. I drove slow, 4-wheel drive on, watching the forest grow thicker on both sides. Pine and birch trees crowded the edges, and the snow looked untouched in every direction. I passed no other cars, no houses, just white, flat silence. When I finally reached the cabin, it was almost sunset. The sky was pale orange behind the trees, and the shadows stretched long across the snow. The cabin sat in a small clearing, dark brown wood with a green tin roof. Smoke curled out of a short chimney. The owner had promised he'd leave the heat running before I arrived. It looked smaller than I expected, but not in a bad way. 1 room, small loft, a porch with 2 chairs buried in snow, and a short woodpile to the left already half covered from the last snowfall. I turned off the car and stepped out. The cold hit fast, the kind that sinks into your skin right away and makes your ears sting. My boots crunched over the frozen snow. I unlocked the door with the key he'd mailed me in a yellow envelope and stepped inside. It was warm, at least. The propane heater hummed from the corner, and the smell of wood lingered in the air. There was a small kitchen, sink, stove, mini fridge, and a bed on the far end with thick blankets already laid out. The place had a cabin feel. Rough wood walls, hooks for coats, a stack of firewood in a crate near the wood stove. A ladder led up to the loft, which was just a mattress under a sloped ceiling and a small window. Everything was clean, though old. Dusty, but not dirty. I brought my things in slowly, careful not to let too much cold in. I set up my laptop on the table near the window. I unpacked the food, tested the water, it ran fine, though cold, and boiled a pot of instant noodles for dinner. That night, I sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the dark outside the window. There were no lights, not even stars, just the reflection of the inside of the cabin on the glass. The first few days were quiet, peaceful. I woke up with the sun, drank instant coffee, and wrote for hours at a time. I finally got through pages that had been stuck in my head for years. There was something about the quiet that helped things flow. No distractions, no pressure. I even started sleeping better. I kept a fire going in the wood stove during the coldest hours. I took short walks around the clearing in snow boots, careful not to wander too far. It was good. I felt better than I had in a long time. Then around the 5th day, I noticed something strange. I woke up, made coffee, sat at my laptop, and noticed something on the porch, just a few small spots. I walked closer to the window and squinted. It looked like tracks. Not full boot prints, just little round marks in the snow. Maybe animal tracks, I figured. Squirrels or raccoons. I didn't think much of it, but I hadn't seen or heard any animals since I'd arrived. No birds, no movement at all, really. It had been completely still. The next morning, there were more of them. The little tracks circled the porch, almost like something had walked in a loop during the night. I went outside with gloves and boots on and looked closer. The snow was fresh, with a crust of ice on top, but the tracks were pressed through it, shallow but clear. Still no real shape I could make out, just little oval dents, about the size of a thumbprint. Too small for a person, too deliberate for a rabbit or anything wild. There were dozens of them. I told myself it was fine. Nothing to worry about. I came back in, closed the door, and tried to ignore it. But the following night, something woke me up. I had fallen asleep early. The heater was on low, and the fire had burned down to coals. I remember waking up suddenly, not to a noise, more like a feeling, like something had changed. The air felt different, colder. I sat up and looked around. The cabin was dark except for the glow from the stove. I heard a creak on the porch. Not loud, just one. I stayed still, listening. Nothing else. I waited for a full minute, breathing slow. No other sounds came. I didn't check the window. I didn't want to. The next morning, I found the tracks again. Not just on the porch this time, but around the cabin. They circled the walls. They led out into the trees and disappeared. I checked the windows and the door. Everything was locked. Nothing broken. I wondered if maybe I had walked in my sleep. But the prints were too small for that. And I never had a history of sleepwalking. Over the next few days, I tried to work, but I couldn't focus. Every time I sat at the table, I found myself looking up, glancing at the porch, checking the window. I kept the door locked. I started keeping an axe beside the bed. Not because I thought I needed it, just because it made me feel better. I didn't sleep well. My dreams got strange. Dark forests, deep snow, shadows that moved without sound. I'd wake up with a dry mouth and a fast heartbeat. One night, I woke up with my hand already on the axe. I didn't remember grabbing it. One morning, I found the tracks again. But this time, they led up to the side of the cabin and stopped directly beneath the window. That was the first time I felt real fear. Whoever or whatever made them had been close enough to look inside. And it had stood there for who knows how long. I blocked the windows that night with towels and blankets. I lit a fire and kept the axe nearby. I didn't sleep. That next day, I climbed the hill behind the cabin, phone in hand, hoping for a signal. It took nearly an hour of walking, stopping every few feet to check. Finally, I got a single bar and sent a message to my brother. I told him I was fine, just checking in. I didn't mention the tracks. I didn't even know how to explain it. That night, I heard something again. This time, I was awake when it happened. I was sitting by the stove, reading a book with a flashlight, when I heard the crunch of snow. Slow, deliberate steps. I turned off the light. The sound stopped. I waited, breathing slow, every muscle tight. Then I heard another crunch. Closer. Then another. I stood, moved quietly to the corner of the cabin, and waited. More sounds came. Light soft like footsteps. They circled the cabin. I heard one creak on the porch. Then nothing. I stood there for what felt like hours. When the sun rose, I opened the door and stepped out. The tracks were everywhere. Around the cabin, across the clearing, up the hill. I followed one trail a few feet into the woods and stopped. Something had been standing between the trees, just out of sight of the cabin. There were dozens of those small prints in a tight circle, like it had stood there for a long time. I went back inside and locked the door. I didn't write that day. I didn't do anything. I sat at the table and stared at the floor. My food supply was still good, but I was starting to think about leaving early. I checked the forecast. More snow was coming. On the 10th day, the power went out. I was making coffee when everything shut off. The fridge, the heater, the lights. Nothing worked. I tried the breaker box, but it didn't help. The wind had picked up outside, and snow was falling hard again. I had backup batteries, but only for a few more days. No service again. No way to call out. That night was the worst. It was cold without the heater, and I burned through most of my firewood trying to keep warm. I sat awake in the dark, wrapped in blankets, listening. Around midnight, I heard the snow crunching again. Then a knock. Just one knock. Not on the door, on the wall. The back wall. I didn't move. A minute later, another knock. Then nothing. I don't know how long I sat there like that. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I made a decision. I packed my things. I loaded my backpack with food and warm clothes and took the axe. I locked the cabin and started walking. The road back was 10 miles. I figured I could make it in 5 or 6 hours if I pushed hard. The snow was deep, and the cold cut through every layer. I kept looking back. At the tree, had no good reason for choosing that cabin. I wasn't really looking for a vacation or trying to escape anything. It was more of a random decision, something that just came into my head one night after scrolling through listing after listing on a cabin rental site. I guess I just felt like being alone for a while, away from everything. I didn't have any friends I was talking to at the time, no girlfriend, no job I cared about, nothing that really made me feel connected. So when I saw this listing, private cabin in the woods, off-grid getaway, no neighbors, no distractions, I booked it without overthinking. It was about 5.5 hours away from where I lived. The cabin was in the hills west of a small town I had never heard of. I packed up some supplies, mostly canned food, dry goods, bottled water, a hatchet, flashlights, some knives, sleeping bag, all that stuff, just in case. I figured I'd be spending most of the time hiking, reading, and maybe just lying in bed staring at the ceiling. I wasn't really expecting anything interesting. The drive up was long and mostly quiet. I stopped for gas once and grabbed some jerky and trail mix, then didn't stop again until I turned off onto the forest road that led to the property. That part was rougher than I expected. The road turned into gravel and then almost nothing but dirt and leaves. It had rained a few days earlier, so some parts were muddy and rutted. I had a 4-wheel drive SUV, but even then I had to go slow. It didn't help that my GPS cut out not long after I left the main road. I was following printed directions from the rental site at that point, just hoping they were accurate. It was late afternoon when I finally got there. The sun was dropping behind the trees, but there was still enough light to see. The cabin was small, just one level, made of old weathered wood, with a front porch that sagged slightly in the middle. The windows looked dusty. The door had one of those old-style latches with a sliding bolt. There were no signs of recent visitors, no other cars, no tire tracks but mine. I didn't see any power lines running to it, which made sense since the listing said it was off-grid. I parked to the side of the clearing and stepped out. The air smelled like pine and damp earth. The only sound I could hear was the breeze through the trees. I stood there for a minute, just listening. No birds, no insects either. That struck me as a little strange, but I brushed it off. The inside of the cabin was even simpler than the outside. A small wooden table with 2 chairs, a fireplace, a single bed with a thin mattress, and a little shelf that held a few books and an old lantern. The place smelled like dust and wood and something else I couldn't name, like damp clothes or something that had been closed up too long. There was no running water, so I used the big jug I'd brought to wash my hands and face. There was a small outhouse behind the cabin about 30 feet into the trees. It was tilted and smelled awful, but it would do. That first night, I made a simple meal out of canned soup heated on a little camp stove I'd brought. After that, I read for a while using my flashlight. Then I just lay in bed listening to the forest. I didn't sleep well. It wasn't the bed or the quiet. It was just a feeling, like something was off. I heard something outside around 3 in the morning. It wasn't loud, just a thump, then silence, then another thump. Could have been a branch falling or maybe an animal, but it didn't sound right. I sat up and held my breath. The sound came again, closer this time, like something stepping onto the porch. I turned off the flashlight and sat there in the dark, waiting. After a minute or two, the sound stopped completely. I didn't sleep again until the sky started turning gray. In the morning, I stepped outside and looked around. The ground was too hard to show footprints, and nothing looked disturbed. I checked the porch, no marks, no signs of anything. I figured I must have imagined it. I went for a short hike that day, just a couple of miles into the woods. I stuck to the old logging road that wound uphill, figuring I'd explore deeper later in the week. I didn't see anyone the whole time. No hikers, no animals, not even birds. The woods were thick and quiet. Too quiet. When I got back to the cabin that evening, I noticed something strange. One of the chairs on the porch was moved. I was sure of it. I had left both of them under the little overhang, but now one was pushed a few feet out, facing the trees. I stood there staring at it for a long time. Then I put it back, trying not to think too much about it. That night, I set up a small tripwire using some cord and a couple of cans from dinner, just in case. I didn't expect it to actually work, but around 2 a.m., I woke up to the sound of it rattling. I grabbed my flashlight and pointed it toward the door. Nothing. I waited, heart pounding, listening for movement. But again, there was nothing else after that. Just silence. The next morning, one of the cans was on the ground, and the cord had been pulled just slightly. Not enough to trigger a full pull, but enough that I knew something had moved it. I couldn't find any prints or anything nearby. I spent most of that day close to the cabin. I didn't want to go far. That feeling of being watched wouldn't go away. It rained a little in the afternoon. I stayed inside, reading and trying not to look at the windows. Every now and then I thought I saw movement through the trees, but it was always gone when I focused. At one point, I thought I saw a person standing between two trees in the distance, but when I got up to look again, there was nothing there. No sound, no movement, just thick woods and still air. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept the flashlight close, and every few minutes I'd turn it on and sweep the room. At one point, I thought I heard breathing. Not mine. Something soft and slow, like someone trying not to be noticed. But I couldn't tell where it was coming from. It sounded like it was just outside the wall. I didn't go outside to check. I didn't even get up. In the morning, I went out to the porch and found a footprint. It was faint, but it was there, pressed into a patch of soft mud just off the steps. Barefoot, adult-sized, no shoes, no socks, just toes and heel. I looked around in every direction. I stood there for a long time, trying to hear anything, see anything. I didn't see anyone. I walked the perimeter of the clearing, then went about 30 feet into the woods. That's when I found the dead bird, just lying there on a tree stump. Its feathers were wet and matted. Its neck was twisted, and its eyes were missing. I turned around and walked back to the cabin. That day, I packed my things. I didn't want to spend another night there. I didn't care if I lost the rental money. But when I tried to leave, I realized the road was too muddy. The rain had made the trail back down nearly impassable. I drove about a quarter mile before my tires started spinning, and I had to back up to avoid getting stuck for good. I decided to wait one more day, let it dry a little. I told myself I'd leave first thing the next morning. That evening, the power bank I'd been using to charge my phone stopped working. The battery was dead. I still had some power left in my flashlight and backup batteries, but I didn't like being cut off. No GPS, no signal, nothing. That night was the worst. I was lying in bed, fully dressed, just waiting. It was almost midnight when I heard the first sound. It was a tapping, soft, rhythmic, on the window by the bed, just once every few seconds. I froze. Then it stopped. I stayed still for maybe 10 minutes, breathing shallow. Then came the creaking floorboards outside the cabin. Slow, deliberate. I sat up and grabbed the flashlight. I pointed it at the window but didn't see anything. Then I heard it, breathing again, louder this time, right outside the window. Then footsteps, circling the cabin, slow and heavy. I didn't move. I just sat there, holding the flashlight like a weapon. Something brushed against the wall. Then the front door creaked. I had locked it with the bolt, but it moved slightly. Not all the way open, just enough to hear it shift. I turned on the flashlight and aimed it at the door. Then I heard something that chilled me. The sound of nails or fingertips dragging across the wood, slow and scraping. The door moved again. Not enough to open, but enough that I could see the bolt rattle slightly. Then everything went quiet. Too quiet. I sat there for maybe 2 hours, not moving, not blinking much. My flashlight battery was dying. I watched the light dim, then flicker. When the sun finally started coming up, I stepped outside. The woods were dead silent. I walked around to the window. There were marks on the glass. Smudges, like someone had pressed their face and hands against it. I walked around to the side. More footprints, more bare feet. Some were old, some were fresh. I went back inside and waited until the road dried up enough to leave. When I finally got out of the woods and back to the main road, I felt like I could breathe again. I didn't stop driving until I got home. Later, when I tried to contact the cabin owner to report what happened, the listing was gone. No trace of it. The website said it had never been active. I checked the map and tried to look up the property using the location I had saved on my phone before the power bank died. Nothing came up. No name, no address, just blank land. I thought maybe I'd I booked a cabin deep in the mountains of northern Idaho because I needed a break from everything. The stress of work had built up more than I realized, and I felt like my body was running on fumes. The idea of being somewhere silent, where no cars passed by, where I didn't have to check my phone every few minutes, was exactly what I needed. I didn't tell many people about the trip, just one friend back home in case anything went wrong. I picked a cabin off a lesser-known rental site, one that was old but solid, not fancy. It looked more like a wooden box with a porch than anything luxury, but it had a stove, a bed, and a roof. That's all I needed. I packed simple things: canned food, dry stuff like rice and pasta, a good sleeping bag, a thick coat, and enough matches and firewood to last the whole week. I had a battery-powered lantern and a few flashlights with spare batteries. I brought a small hiking axe, a hunting knife, and my old 9mm handgun, which I legally owned and rarely used. It wasn't because I expected danger, it was more of a habit. I kept it unloaded in my backpack. The cabin was about 3 hours from the nearest town, and most of the drive was up winding roads with no signs. By the time I reached the parking spot, a small dirt patch off the road, it was already late afternoon. I had to walk another 20 minutes through thin woods before the cabin came into view. The air was crisp and clean, and the only sounds were the crunching of dead leaves under my boots and the wind brushing against the trees. I felt calm already. The cabin sat on a small flat area surrounded by forest on 3 sides, with a clearing out front that opened to a thin dirt trail. To the left of the cabin, maybe 100 yards out, the trees thickened and dropped down into a shallow ravine. Beyond that, just forest as far as the eye could see. The porch was small but wide enough to sit on, and I noticed a chopped wood pile stacked neatly to one side. Someone had taken care of the place recently, or at least used it not long ago. I stepped inside and found the air stale but dry. The cabin smelled of old pine and dust. It had one room, a metal stove in one corner, a fold-out cot with a mattress, a small table, and a chair. A cast-iron pot hung by the stove. There was no plumbing, just a metal bucket under the sink, and a compost toilet in a little wooden shack 50 feet out back. A trail wrapped around the cabin to the rear. I unpacked slowly and set up my bed, checked the firewood, lit the stove to warm the place up, and cooked a simple meal. It got dark fast out there, with no city lights to soften the sky. I sat by the fire and listened to the silence. Not even birds once the sun went down, just wind and the crackling of burning wood. The first night passed without anything strange. I slept deeply and woke up to thin sunlight coming through the cabin window. I made coffee on the stove, took a short walk around the area, and came back to read a book. The peace felt unnatural in a good way. Everything moved slower out here. I didn't feel the constant need to check my phone or fill every moment. I sat for long stretches doing nothing but staring at the woods. It was cold but not freezing. On the second night, something happened that I didn't think much about at first. I was chopping some extra wood in the early evening when I saw a figure near the tree line. At first I thought it was an animal, maybe a deer, but it didn't move like one. It was tall, not huge, but definitely standing upright. I couldn't make out much through the trees, just a shape. I stood still and watched, and after a while the figure seemed to step back into the trees and disappear. I assumed it was a hiker or a hunter. It's not unusual to come across people in areas like this, and I had seen some beer cans and trash along the trail while walking in. Still, it stuck in my mind. The cabin was far off the path and hidden enough that people wouldn't just wander past it. But maybe he was camping nearby and noticed smoke from my chimney. I didn't think about it much longer. On the third morning, I found something odd. Near the porch, I noticed small footprints in the frost, boot prints, human, not large. They weren't mine. I followed them with my eyes and saw they came from the tree line and stopped a few feet from the porch, then turned back. Whoever it was had come in the night or early morning. They hadn't knocked, hadn't tried the door, just stood there for a moment and left. That unsettled me. I looked around the woods but saw nothing. I didn't have cell signal to call anyone, but I told myself it was probably someone passing through. I loaded my gun for the first time and kept it on the table inside the cabin, just in case. I didn't sleep well that night. Every creak of the old wood, every gust of wind brushing against the walls felt louder, more intense. I got up twice and shined a flashlight out the window, but saw nothing. When morning came, I made strong coffee and went out for a long walk to clear my head. I hiked toward the ravine to the left of the cabin, deeper into the woods. The sun filtered through the trees and lit the forest floor in patches. Felt good to be moving. I was about a mile out when I found something I couldn't explain. In a small flat clearing, I saw a fire ring, stones placed in a circle, with ashes and half-burnt sticks in the center. Someone had made a fire there recently. Around it were some wrappers, a torn tarp, and a small folding chair. It was abandoned, but not long ago. I looked around and didn't see anyone, but I felt watched. I stayed still for a minute, then slowly walked away and back toward the cabin. My pace was quicker going back. That night, the feeling didn't go away. I kept the lantern on and the gun close. Around midnight, I thought I heard footsteps on the porch. Not loud, just the creak of wood under weight. I held my breath and listened, heart racing. I didn't move. After a few seconds, I heard nothing. I stayed frozen for maybe 10 minutes, then quietly crept to the window and looked out. Nothing, just the dark trees. I didn't sleep at all that night. By the 5th day, I had decided to leave a day early. My plan was to hike out the next morning and drive home. The trip had changed from peaceful to nerve-wracking. I packed most of my gear and kept the essentials ready. That evening, I double-checked the gun and sat on the porch before it got dark. The woods felt heavy. I couldn't see anything, but I sensed something wasn't right. That's when I saw him again. A man standing right at the tree line. Same spot as before, just barely visible in the fading light. He wasn't moving, just watching. I stared back, my whole body tensed. I didn't yell or move. I didn't want to provoke him. After a minute or so, he stepped back into the trees and was gone. I went inside, locked the door, and pushed the chair up against it. I barely slept. The next morning, I got up before sunrise and headed out. I kept the gun in my coat pocket. As I reached the path, I looked back at the cabin. Nothing moved. The woods were silent. I walked quickly, head down, but alert. After 10 minutes, I came around a bend and froze. Someone had dragged a fallen tree across the path. It wasn't huge, but big enough that I couldn't drive over it once I reached the car. It hadn't been there before. The branches were fresh, broken recently. I scanned the woods but saw no one. I drew the gun and held it low, not aiming, but ready. My heart thudded so hard I could feel it in my throat. I walked around the tree, checked the road past it, and found my car where I had left it. Nothing inside was touched. I threw my backpack in the back seat and unlocked the driver's door. As I opened it, I noticed something scratched into the paint on the door near the handle. Just one word: stay. The letters were rough and uneven, carved with something sharp. My stomach dropped. I looked around again, nothing. I got in the car, started it, and backed up down the dirt path until I had room to turn around. I drove as fast as the road allowed, not stopping for anything. I didn't feel safe until I reached the main highway almost an hour later. I didn't go to the police. I had no proof of anything illegal, just footprints, a fire pit, and some scratches, and a feeling I couldn't shake. I drove straight home and stayed inside for days. Every small noise in the night made me jump. I kept checking the locks. For weeks, I had trouble sleeping. I told a few close friends, but no one really knew what to say. They believed me, but what could they do? Months passed. I tried to move on. I deleted the rental site and never went back to the area. But sometimes, late at night, I remember the way that man stood at the edge of the woods just watching. No reason, no words, just there. And I wonder what would have happened if I had stayed one more night. I never go into the woods alone anymore, ever. It started because I wanted some peace. After a rough breakup and quitting a job that drained me, I was looking for silence, for somewhere far from traffic sounds, notifications, and the constant noise of the city. A friend of mine had once mentioned how staying alone in nature helped him reset. I thought I'd try the same. I didn't want to go to any touristy place or a hotel. I didn't want neighbors, reception desks, or even other cars nearby. I wanted true silence. I found the cabin on a listing site that had mostly private owners renting their places out. It was tucked deep in the Appalachian foothills in North Carolina. The photos showed a small, plain-looking wooden cabin sitting right beside a thin gravel road, with trees pressing in all around it. It wasn't fancy, didn't have any modern furniture or decor, and looked like it hadn't been updated in years. But that's what I wanted. No distractions, just a place to clear my head. The price was cheap for a full week, probably because it was so isolated. I booked it. I left early one morning in September. The drive from Atlanta took me nearly 6 hours. The last part of it was slow, winding up through forested backroads. Once I passed a small gas station and an old general store, the road narrowed and turned into gravel. I followed the directions the owner sent, taking a few confusing turns through the woods. There were no signs, no cell service. The last mile felt more like a path than a road. At one point, I was sure I was lost, but finally the trees opened just enough to reveal the cabin. It looked even more worn than in the pictures. The wood was faded to a dull gray, the windows dusty, the roof sagging a little at the edge. The forest was thick on all sides. There was no fence, no other houses, and barely any clearing around the structure. Just trees. The gravel stopped right at the front steps. I got out, stretched, and listened. Silence. No wind, no birds, no rustling leaves. Just the sound of my breathing and the ticking engine as it cooled. Felt peaceful but strange, like the world had stopped moving. I told myself that's what I wanted. Inside, it smelled like dry wood and old dust. There were 2 small rooms, one with a kitchen and table, the other with a bed and dresser. The bathroom was an outhouse I'd have to walk to, about 30 feet behind the cabin. No running water, but there were jugs left behind to use for washing and cooking. The electricity worked, powered by solar panels and a backup generator that sat behind the cabin under a wooden box. There was no TV, no internet, no phone signal. Just a battery-powered radio in the corner and some old books on a shelf. The windows were small and placed high, more for ventilation than light or view. Felt tight, boxed in. Still, I unpacked my stuff, made a quick meal, and tried to settle in. The first night was quiet, almost too quiet. I lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, listening for any sign of life outside. But the trees were still, and the dark felt heavier than normal. No stars were visible through the canopy. It was like being buried in a wooden coffin stuck in a forest. I tried not to think about it and eventually fell asleep. The next day, I woke up late. The light came weak through the window, dim even though it was already morning. I walked the area around the cabin, just a slow circle. The woods stretched out in all directions, dense and untouched. I saw no trails, no trash, no signs that anyone had been through there recently. The only thing that looked used was the cabin itself. I tried reading, then journaling, but it was hard to concentrate. The silence pressed on me in a strange way. I'd always thought I'd enjoy complete solitude, but it started to feel unnatural. There were no sounds of animals or wind, just stillness. I thought maybe it was just an adjustment period. That night, while I was brushing my teeth outside with a cup of water, I heard a snapping branch, just one, loud and clear, like something stepped on it. I froze. I stood there holding the cup, water dripping down my chin. I didn't hear it again, but I felt watched. I told myself it was probably a deer, maybe a raccoon. I went back in and locked the door, even though the lock was just a simple turn latch. The next morning, I found something strange. Behind the cabin, near the generator box, I noticed a line of disturbed soil, like someone had dragged something through the dirt. It wasn't deep, just a light mark like a tail or a rope had been pulled across. It led from the edge of the forest to the back wall of the cabin, then stopped. I looked closer. There were faint impressions in the soft dirt. Not full footprints, but indentations, like someone had stood there for a while. I felt my stomach tighten. Could have been an animal. Could have. But it looked like the ground had been pressed by shoes. I didn't know what to do. I checked my phone, but there was no signal. Not even a single bar. I thought about leaving, but it felt stupid to pack up just because of some marks in the dirt. I stayed inside most of that day, reading, listening to the radio. The silence felt even heavier. I left the lights on when it got dark. That night, I heard something knock on the wall. Not tap, not creak. Knock, a low, deliberate thump. It came from the back of the cabin, near where the marks in the dirt had been. I sat up in bed and stared at the wall. It was just one knock, then nothing. I waited for over an hour, frozen, listening. I didn't sleep. When morning came, I went outside and looked at the back wall. There was nothing there. But when I walked around the cabin, I saw more marks in the dirt. This time they were clearer. Long, dragging lines and faint toe prints. Someone or something had walked up to the cabin during the night. I saw one print that was shaped like a bare foot. No shoe, no boot tread. Just a wide heel and 5 splayed toes in the dirt. I stood there for a long time just staring at it. Then I went back inside and packed a bag. I didn't care if it made me look paranoid. I threw some clothes, food, and my keys into a backpack, grabbed my flashlight, and walked to my car. The battery was dead. It didn't make sense. I'd only driven in 2 days ago. The dome light wasn't on. I hadn't used the radio. I opened the hood and stared at the engine, as if I knew what I was looking for. I didn't. I tried the ignition again. Nothing. Not even a click. I stood there next to the car, breathing heavily, trying not to panic. I was stuck. I considered walking back to the gas station, but I had no idea how far it was. The road twisted too much to tell. Could have been 10 miles. Could have been more. I walked back inside and locked the door. That night, it got worse. I was lying in bed, trying not to fall asleep, when I heard something scrape against the wall. It started at one end of the cabin and dragged slowly to the other side. It sounded like metal on wood, like a knife. I got out of bed and turned on every light in the place. I sat in the middle of the room holding my flashlight, staring at the walls. At some point, I must have fallen asleep. When I woke up, the door was open. The front door was just hanging there, wide open, morning light spilling in. My hands shook as I walked over and looked outside. Nothing was missing. Nothing was moved. But I didn't leave that door open. I locked it. I checked the latch. It wasn't broken. It was turned, unlocked. That meant someone had opened it from the inside. I wanted to run, but I still had no car, no phone, and no idea where I was. I spent that entire day trying to come up with a plan. I thought about walking out with a stick and the little knife I had in my bag. But the fear of being followed or already watched kept me frozen. I couldn't risk getting lost out there. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat against the wall with my flashlight, facing the door. Around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps. Not leaves crunching, not animal sounds. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from the trees behind the cabin. They stopped right outside. I held my breath and didn't move. Then something pressed against the wall. The wood creaked like someone leaning into it. I could hear breathing. Slow, shallow breathing, just on the other side of the thin wooden wall. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't move. I just sat there, frozen, waiting. It stayed there for what felt like an hour. Then the breathing stopped. The creaking eased. The air felt colder. I didn't move until daylight. That morning, I ran. I packed everything in 5 minutes and took the gravel road on foot, heading back the way I came. I didn't care if I got lost or if I twisted an ankle. I just had to get out. I walked for hours, ignoring the pain in my legs and the heat. I only stopped when I saw a truck parked at the edge of a clearing. It was a hunter. He was loading gear into his truck. I didn't ask questions. I waved, and he looked up, surprised. He offered me a ride back to town. I didn't tell him what happened. I didn't say a word. I just sat in silence as we drove away from that forest. I never went back for my car. I filed a report with the police in the nearest town, saying I'd abandoned the vehicle after a mechanical failure. I needed to get away for a while. Everything in my life had become too noisy. City traffic, people shouting on their phones, my neighbor's dog barking every night. I wasn't sleeping much, and even when I did, my head never felt clear. I thought maybe I just needed silence. Real silence. The kind you don't find unless you're completely away from everything. That's how I ended up driving 5 hours out of town, deep into a forest area I found on a quiet cabin rental site. The place was simple. A small wooden cabin off a narrow dirt road, just past a dry creek. The owner gave me directions by email. He said GPS wouldn't work out there. The photos he sent were plain, just a one-room cabin, a bed, a wood stove, and a shed out back. There wasn't even electricity. That was part of the charm, I guess. I packed light food, water, a sleeping bag, a flashlight, and a portable solar battery pack for my phone in case of emergencies. The drive was long and winding. Once I got off the main highway, I didn't see another car for miles. I passed small clusters of trees, patches of dry grass, and the occasional deer darting away through the trees. After about an hour of slow driving on a rutted dirt trail, I finally saw it, the cabin. It looked just like the pictures, old but not falling apart. It was surrounded by trees, except for a small clearing on one side where the shed stood. The shed looked even older. Its wood was faded, and the door hung at an angle like it didn't shut properly. I wasn't planning to use the shed, so I didn't think much of it. When I stepped out of my car, the first thing I noticed was the silence. No engines, no people, not even birds. Just wind moving through the trees. I should have felt calm, but something about it was too quiet. I pushed that feeling away and carried my stuff inside. The inside of the cabin was simple but clean. One bed against the wall, a small table, a shelf with a few old books, and a fireplace that smelled like it had been used recently. There was a woodpile outside. I started a small fire to take the edge off the cold. I didn't realize how chilly it got out there once the sun started going down. That first night, I ate some canned food, read a few pages of an old survival book on the shelf, and tried to get some rest. I didn't sleep much. I kept waking up. I thought it was just the change in setting or the cold air, but it felt like something was off. At some point during the night, I thought I heard something outside, like shuffling, not an animal running, just slow steps. I held my breath and waited. It stopped after a few seconds. I didn't hear it again. I told myself it was probably a deer walking by or maybe branches falling from the trees. I stayed in the sleeping bag, eyes open, staring at the cabin walls. The next morning, I went out and looked around. Nothing seemed out of place. No footprints, no signs of animals or people. I made a small breakfast, then walked around the woods for a bit. I took some photos of tree bark, moss, little mushrooms I found along a rock. It was quiet again, too quiet. I thought I'd at least hear birds. I didn't even see squirrels. That bothered me more than I wanted to admit. When I came back to the cabin later, I noticed something strange. The shed door was open, just a few inches, but definitely open. I remembered seeing it shut when I arrived. Maybe the wind had pushed it. I walked over and pushed it closed. It didn't latch, so I put a rock in front of it to hold it in place. I didn't like the idea of raccoons or something worse crawling out of there at night. Later that evening, after the sun had gone down and the air got colder, I started another fire. I sat in the corner on the wooden chair with my jacket pulled over my shoulders, writing in a small notebook. I was trying to make a list of things I'd do when I got back home. Get rid of my TV. Stop ordering food all the time. Go for more walks. Sleep earlier. Simple stuff. At some point, I must have nodded off because I woke up suddenly and realized the fire had died down. The room was darker, and I could barely see my hand in front of me. I grabbed the flashlight and checked my watch. It was close to 2 a.m. Then I heard something. It was faint, a slow creaking noise, like an old floorboard. I froze, holding the flashlight. The noise didn't come from inside. It was outside. Then I heard another soft noise. This time it sounded like a dry leaf getting stepped on. I got up slowly, went to the window and looked out. At first I didn't see anything. Then, as my eyes adjusted to the dark, I saw the shed door again. It was open, wide open this time. The rock I had placed earlier was gone. I stood still, breathing as quietly as I could. My skin felt cold. I felt exposed, even though I was inside. I waited by the window for a long time. Nothing moved. No more sounds. Eventually, I shut the curtain and went back to the bed. But I didn't sleep. I just laid there, flashlight in my hand, heart beating fast. The next morning, I checked outside. The rock was a few feet from where I had put it. There were marks in the dirt around it. Not boot prints, just scuffed areas like someone had dragged their foot through the soil. The shed door was still open. I walked over to it slowly. Inside, the shed was mostly empty. A few rusty tools, some broken planks, an old tarp. But there was something odd in the corner. A flattened piece of cardboard with a sleeping bag on top. A half-empty bottle of water next to it. Someone had been living in there. I backed away slowly, my mind racing. I scanned the woods, half expecting someone to step out from behind a tree. No one did. I thought about leaving, just packing up and driving away. But the car was low on gas, and I didn't know if I'd make it back to the highway without a refill. The nearest gas station was probably an hour away. I decided I'd stay one more night, then leave first thing in the morning. That day, I stayed near the cabin. I kept my pocket knife on me and brought in the axe from the woodpile, just in case. I didn't see anyone all day, but I kept checking over my shoulder. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat with my back against the wall, flashlight on, axe across my lap. Around midnight, I heard something again, but this time it wasn't just footsteps. I heard breathing. It was right outside the cabin wall. Low, raspy breathing. Close. Then I heard soft tapping on the wood. Just 3 taps. Then nothing. I stayed frozen for almost an hour. I didn't move until I saw faint light through the cracks in the curtains. As soon as the sun came up, I grabbed my stuff, stuffed it into the bag, and got in the car. I didn't even look back at the shed. The drive back was tense. Every time I passed a tree or a bush, I imagined someone standing behind it, watching. I didn't relax until I hit the main road and started seeing other cars. A few days later, I reported what I found. I told the sheriff's office in that area about the shed, the sleeping bag, the water bottle. They said they'd send someone to check it out. I got a call from them 2 days after that. They said the shed was empty when they got there. No sleeping bag, no bottle, no footprints. Just a few broken tools and leaves on the floor. They didn't find anything strange. But I know what I saw, and I know what I heard. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't anything supernatural. It was just a man who had been living in that shed, watching, waiting. And for those 2 nights, I was sleeping just a few feet away from him, with only a wooden wall between us. I don't go into the woods anymore. I don't rent cabins. I don't hike alone. Not because I'm scared of monsters, but because I now know what's really out there. And sometimes that's much worse. I left the city after one of the worst months I've ever had. I wasn't sleeping right. I had quit my job after a big argument with my manager. I was tired of the noise, the traffic, and people always being in a rush. So when I saw a cabin listing online that said, peaceful, isolated, and quiet, perfect for a retreat, I didn't think twice. I booked it for 2 weeks. I packed up what I needed, filled the tank of my old car, and headed up north. The drive to the cabin was long but beautiful. Once I passed the last town, the road narrowed and curved through thick forests. The trees grew taller and denser as I kept going. I lost cell signal about 20 minutes before reaching the cabin. I didn't mind. That was what I wanted anyway, to unplug, be alone, and just clear my head. The cabin was small but looked solid. It sat at the end of a gravel road surrounded by trees. The front porch faced a patch of open space that had a fire pit and 2 old chairs. Behind it, the forest went on as far as I could see. The cabin was a simple structure. Wooden walls, metal roof, single chimney, and a screened door that creaked when I opened it. Inside was basic but cozy. One room had a bed, small table with stove and some shelves. A tiny kitchen space sat against the back wall with a small gas burner and sink that pulled water from a tank outside. There was no electricity. At night, I used candles or a small lantern I brought with me. The bathroom was an outhouse about 20 feet from the cabin. I spent my first 2 days just relaxing. I read books, went for short walks, cooked simple meals, and sat on the porch with tea. The air smelled like pine and damp earth. At night, I could hear crickets, wind in the trees, and the occasional rustling of animals. It felt like the world had finally quieted down for me. But on the third day, small things started to bother me. That morning, when I went to the outhouse, I noticed something strange. The toilet lid was up. I always kept it closed after use. It wasn't a big deal, but I remembered clearly putting it down the night before. I told myself maybe I forgot. I hadn't been sleeping well even out here. Later that day, I went for a longer walk into the woods behind the cabin. There were no trails, so I picked a direction and walked slowly, just taking it all in. After maybe an hour, I found a small clearing with an old stump in the middle. I decided to sit and rest. The quiet was deep out there. No traffic, no voices, no engine sounds, just wind and birds. I sat for about 10 minutes when I heard something far behind me. A branch cracked. Not a light crack, but a loud snap, like someone had stepped on it hard. I turned and looked through the trees but saw nothing. The forest was thick and shadowed. Could have been a deer, I figured. Still, I stood up and decided to head back. When I got back to the cabin, I saw that the front porch chair had been moved. It was angled differently, not much, just enough to notice. I hadn't sat there all day. I told myself maybe I bumped it the night before. But as the sky turned dark, the uneasy feeling in my stomach stayed. That night I had trouble sleeping. The woods outside felt louder somehow. The usual sounds were there. Crickets, wind, the occasional owl. But I kept thinking I heard footsteps on dry leaves. Every time I was about to drift off, I'd hear something faint and sit up, listening. At one point, I got up, grabbed my flashlight, and looked out the front window. Nothing, just darkness and the outline of trees. I sat back in bed and told myself to stop being paranoid. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. Nothing seemed out of place until I noticed that the woodpile beside the cabin looked different. Some logs were missing. I remembered stacking them neatly 2 days ago. Now, it looked like someone had taken a few from the middle. I didn't use any firewood yet. The nights weren't cold enough. That was when the first wave of real concern hit me. Someone else might be around here. I walked a wide circle around the cabin, looking for signs. I found a footprint near the back. It wasn't mine. It was deeper, wider, from a boot I didn't own. It looked fresh. I stood there, just staring at it for a while. My heart was beating faster. I wasn't imagining things. I told myself maybe it was someone from before I arrived. Maybe the owner had come by, but it didn't make sense. Why would someone walk behind the cabin, take firewood, and move the porch chair? That evening, I stayed inside and locked the door. The lock was just a small bolt latch, but it was better than nothing. I kept my flashlight nearby and a knife from the kitchen under my pillow. I barely slept. I kept hearing faint movement outside. Nothing clear, just the sense of someone being nearby. The next morning, I decided to leave a marker. I took a small twig and placed it upright in the soft dirt by the stairs. If someone walked up the porch, they'd knock it over. I also set a rock on top of the chair cushion. If it was moved again, I'd know. I stayed in the cabin that day. I wrote a bit in my journal, boiled water, cleaned the sink, read an old book I brought. The hours passed slowly. Around 6 p.m., I heard something faint in the woods behind the cabin. It wasn't close, maybe a few 100 feet away, but it was steady. Something like metal clinking. I stepped out quietly, staying behind the corner of the cabin. I listened for several minutes, but the sound had stopped. I scanned the trees, holding my breath. Nothing moved. I backed into the cabin and closed the door again. That night was the worst. Around 1 a.m., I was wide awake in bed. The candle had burned out. I was just lying there in the dark, staring at the ceiling. Then I heard soft footsteps on the porch. 1, 2, then a pause. 3 more. I held my breath. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would shake the bed. Whoever it was didn't knock. They didn't try to open the door. I heard a faint scrape, like fingers on wood. Then nothing, just silence. I stayed still for over an hour. I didn't hear them leave. When the sky finally started turning gray outside, I got up and opened the door slowly. The twig was gone. The rock was on the ground. The chair had been moved again. I scanned the trees, looking for any sign of movement. Nothing, just stillness. I made my decision right then. I had to leave. I packed everything as fast as I could. Clothes, food, my knife, flashlight, journal, map, everything into my backpack. I got in the car and turned the key. The engine sputtered and didn't start. I tried again. It groaned, then died. I popped the hood and checked the engine. I didn't know much about cars, but I saw it right away. The battery cables had been cut. Clean. Someone had done it on purpose. My hands were shaking. I slammed the hood down and looked around. The woods felt different now. Heavy. Watching. I backed up to the cabin and locked the door again. I stayed inside all day. No signal on my phone, no radio. I kept looking out the windows, waiting. I didn't eat. I didn't sleep. I just sat in a corner with the knife and flashlight in my lap. That night, around 11 p.m., I heard something again. Not footsteps this time, but breathing. Heavy just outside the window. I didn't move. The window was covered with a curtain, but I could see a faint shadow on the other side. A head, broad shoulders, just standing there. It stayed for a long time, maybe 2 full minutes, then it moved away. That was when I knew I wasn't alone out here. Someone had been living in these woods, watching me, maybe even from the day I arrived. They hadn't tried to talk. They hadn't tried to break in. They just kept getting closer. I waited until morning, then made a new plan. The only road out was blocked without a car, but I remembered passing an old ranger station about 6 miles down when I first arrived. I would walk. I packed only what I needed: water, food, knife, flashlight, and left at first light. I walked fast, not stopping. The forest was quiet, too quiet. I felt eyes on me the whole time. A few times I thought I saw movement between trees, but I didn't stop to check. After 3 hours, I reached the ranger station. It was abandoned, locked, windows boarded, but behind it was a dirt road with tire marks. I followed it until I found a small gas station another mile out. They had a phone. I called the sheriff. They came, picked me up, and I told them everything. I took them back to the cabin. The place had been searched. The firewood was scattered. My stuff was gone. But in the woods behind the cabin, the officers found something I hadn't seen. A small shelter made of sticks and tarps. Inside were empty food cans, a fire pit, and one of my missing socks. Whoever had been watching me had been living out there for a long time. They never found the person. The sheriff guessed it was someone living off-grid. Maybe a survivalist. Maybe someone who had snapped. The battery cables, the chair, the footsteps. All of it pointed to someone who wanted me to know I wasn't alone, but not enough to face me directly. I left. I had rented the cabin for 2 weeks. That was the plan. It was a last-minute booking, and I found it on a lesser-known site, not one of those big vacation rental apps. The place wasn't glamorous or anything, just a plain wooden cabin deep in the woods of northern Montana, a couple miles from the nearest dirt road. It had a small wood stove, an outhouse, and a hand pump for water about 30 feet out the back. There was no electricity, no signal, and no neighbors. That was the point. I had been feeling burnt out for months. City life was grinding me down. Every day the same as the last. Traffic, noise, constant screen time. I wasn't trying to find myself or do any soul searching. I just needed silence. I figured the fresh air and long walks would clear my head. I brought enough food to last the full stay, freeze-dried stuff mostly, cans, coffee, trail mix, and jerky. I had firewood delivered and dropped by the porch ahead of time. I brought my sleeping bag, a good flashlight, a knife, a compass, maps, and a thick notebook I planned to write in. I got there late in the afternoon on the first day. I parked at a turnoff spot about 2 miles from the cabin and hiked in with my backpack. It was October, cold but not freezing, and the trees were half bare. The path was narrow and slightly overgrown, but I followed the directions easily. The cabin was older than it looked in the photos. More crooked, more weathered, but still solid. There were some tools in the shed out back: a basic axe, a handsaw, a few rusted traps, and a snow shovel. I didn't touch most of it. I didn't think I'd need it, The first few days were calm. I got into a rhythm. I'd wake up around sunrise, make coffee on the propane burner I brought, sit on the porch with a blanket, then go for long walks through the woods. I followed the creeks and ridgelines, marked spots on my map, sometimes just sat and listened. I'd return before dark, cook something, write a few pages in the notebook, then sleep early. It was quiet, the kind of silence that presses in on you after a while. No traffic, no voices, no phones buzzing. At night, the wind moved through the trees like waves. I heard owls sometimes, once or twice the howl of a coyote in the distance. But nothing unusual, no strange sounds, no feelings of being watched, just nature. Around the 5th day, I found something strange. I had taken a different route than usual, walking northwest toward a steep ravine that curved down into a marshy area. The trees thinned out there, and the air smelled different, almost sour. As I got closer, I noticed a rough trail cutting through the underbrush. Not a hiking trail, but something more primitive. It looked like an old trap line. Small logs were nailed between trees low to the ground, and there were a few rusted snares hanging loose. Animal bones lay scattered nearby, raccoon, maybe. Some had been there for years. Others looked fresh. I didn't like it. The line was too old to still be used, but too fresh in places to be completely abandoned. I followed it for a bit, curiosity getting the better of me, until I came to a clearing with a crude wooden box nailed between 2 trees. It looked like a bait station. There were tufts of fur stuck in the dried blood on the wood. It was unpleasant, but not entirely unexpected. I figured some local trapper had set it up years ago and left it. Still, something about it unsettled me. The cuts on the wood looked recent, and there were boot prints in the soft dirt. Not mine. Wide, deep, made by someone heavier. I decided not to follow the line further. I marked the spot on my map and turned back. That night, I kept thinking about the clearing. I knew it wasn't that strange. Trapping still happened in those parts, but I started to wonder why it was so close to a cabin that was supposedly long abandoned before being rented out. Nobody mentioned an active trap line nearby. I had a hard time falling asleep. The next morning, I woke up and stepped outside to pump water. I noticed something near the woodshed. A long scratch along the side, fresh, through the dirt and into the old wood. It was narrow, about as wide as a single nail, and curved downward. I checked to see if an animal had done it, but there weren't any claw marks nearby, just that single, deep line. I shrugged it off. Maybe I missed it earlier, but things didn't feel right after that. On the 7th day, I went out for my usual walk, and when I came back, the axe was missing. I had left it leaning against the porch railing. I checked everywhere, behind the shed, under the steps, even inside in case I had brought it in and forgot. Nothing. I started to feel nervous. It was just an axe, but I hadn't seen a soul since I arrived, and I was far off any trail. There shouldn't have been anyone else out here. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept listening for sounds outside, kept imagining footsteps crunching in the leaves. Around 3 a.m., I heard something behind the cabin, something heavy shifting its weight. It didn't sound like a deer or raccoon. It sounded like a person. I waited, holding the flashlight, staring at the door, not moving. I didn't hear anything else for a long time. When the sun finally came up, I went out back and looked around. No tracks, no sign of anything, but the shed door was open. I always kept it shut with a loop of old rope. That morning, it was wide open, and the rope was hanging loose on the ground. I should have left right then. I know that now, but I kept trying to explain it away. Maybe wind caught the door. Maybe I had left it loose. Maybe the axe fell somewhere and I'd find it later. I didn't want to believe someone was out there watching, messing with me. I was in denial. On the 9th day, I found boot prints again, this time closer, maybe 30 feet from the cabin, in the soft moss near the water pump. I stood staring at them for minutes. They were not mine. I wore smaller boots with a different tread. These ones were larger, deep-heeled, and looked fresh, maybe made just that morning. I circled the area, trying to see where they led, but they disappeared into the harder ground near the treeline. I started carrying my knife everywhere. I kept it open and beside me even inside the cabin. I stopped going on long walks. I stayed close, kept checking the trees, listening. I slept in short bursts, always half awake, always clutching the flashlight. I made plans to leave early, even though I still had a few days left. On the 11th day, I woke up to find the front door slightly open. I had locked it from the inside, used a thick wooden beam to secure it. Somehow it had been moved. The beam was on the floor, slid out of its notches. I hadn't heard anything, and that scared me most of all. Someone had come in, maybe even stood over me while I slept, and I didn't hear it. I searched every inch of the cabin. Nothing was taken, nothing broken, just the door open, the air cold, and a single footprint just inside the threshold. Wet dirt, clear tread, not mine. I packed everything. I didn't even finish my food. I crammed it all into my backpack, shoved the notebook in on top, and set out by noon. I didn't care about getting the full rental time. I just wanted to get out. I hadn't walked 10 minutes before I saw the first sign. A tree had been felled across the path. Not a fresh fall, not wind damaged, but cleanly cut and dragged. It blocked the narrow trail, and around it were scuffed boot prints and drag marks. I had to climb over it. My heart was racing. I kept glancing back. Half a mile later, I saw the second one. Another tree, smaller, but again cut and placed intentionally. I started realizing these were not random. Someone was trying to slow me down. By the time I got close to the turnoff where my car was parked, I was moving fast, almost running. I had maybe 100 yards to go when I saw the third tree. This one wasn't just blocking the path. It was upright, but something had been nailed to it. A strip of cloth. My shirt. One I had washed and left to dry behind the cabin on a line. It had been taken, folded, and nailed there. Below it, scratched into the bark, was a single word: stay. I didn't stop. I didn't care. I ran. I reached the car, unlocked it with shaking hands, tossed the pack in, and started the engine. I backed out and hit the road as fast as I could, not even checking to see if anyone was behind me. I didn't call the police. I should have, maybe, but what could I say? Nothing was stolen. No one hurt me. There were no photos, no evidence, just my word. I was far from home and didn't want to spend time trying to explain it to a local sheriff who probably knew everyone in town. I just wanted to forget it, but I haven't forgotten. It's been months now. I still think about the trap line. I still think about the boot prints. I still wonder if whoever was out there had been living nearby the whole time, watching me, moving closer each night. I don't know what they wanted. Maybe they just liked scaring people. Maybe they were testing how long they could get away with it before doing something worse. I still have the notebook. I wrote everything down in detail, every day, every footprint, every broken branch. I haven't gone camping since. I haven't been in the woods alone. I still lock every door twice at night, even though I live on the 5th floor now. The cabin is still listed on. I don't really know what I was thinking when I booked that cabin. I just wanted to get away for a few weeks. No work, no phone calls, no noise. Just trees, fresh air, maybe some writing, some reading, and a bit of walking if I felt like it. Life was loud, and I needed it quiet for a while. I had some money saved up, and I hadn't taken a real break in years, so I thought I deserved one. It was late September when I started looking for places. I didn't want anything fancy, just something far enough from people that I wouldn't hear traffic or neighbors. I stumbled onto this small listing on a lesser-known site. It wasn't Airbnb or anything mainstream, just a basic page with a few pictures, a PayPal link, and some contact info that didn't even look real. No reviews, no bio. The page said, *off-grid cabin, surrounded by woods, privacy guaranteed. No phone reception, generator power, lake access, *. It looked a little sketchy, but the pictures were beautiful. The cabin was small, one level, made of old weathered wood with a slanted roof and a single window on the front. A little porch, 2 lawn chairs. The lake was just down a short trail, maybe 100 feet away. Trees packed in thick on all sides. The price was low, cheaper than anything else I'd seen. I don't know if it was instinct or impatience, but I booked it without thinking twice. 2 weeks later, I was driving up a narrow gravel road deep into the woods of northern Idaho. I'd followed directions sent in an email. Again, no formal address, just a long string of instructions, like turn left at the black mailbox with no numbers, and go straight for 1.8 miles until you pass a large rock split in two. The road narrowed until branches scraped both sides of my car. GPS had given up an hour earlier. There were no signs, no markers, just dense trees and silence. I had no cell service since about 50 miles back. I started to wonder if I'd been scammed, if maybe I'd show up and there'd be nothing there. But eventually, I came around a bend and saw it. The cabin from the pictures, standing quiet and alone in the clearing. I parked and got out. It was even more isolated than it had seemed online. The trees were tall and thick. The canopy overhead dimmed the sunlight even in the middle of the day. I couldn't hear anything. No birds, no bugs, no wind. Just the quiet hum of my car cooling off and the sound of gravel under my boots. Inside, the cabin was basic but solid. One room with a mattress on a low platform, a small table and chair, a shelf with a few old books, and a wood stove. There was a small bathroom off to the side, and a narrow kitchenette with a tiny fridge that ran off the generator, which I found outside in a box beside the cabin. I unloaded my bags and tried to settle in. I had brought food, water, a few books, notebooks, and a small radio that only got static this deep in the forest. There was no signal. I didn't expect to get any out here, but the finality of it started to hit me. I was really alone. Nobody knew exactly where I was except for whoever owned the cabin, and even that was vague, since the confirmation email had come from an address that just looked like auto-generated numbers. That first night was peaceful. I made a fire in the wood stove, heated up some soup, and read one of the old books from the shelf. The generator hummed outside, giving me a little bit of light. I turned it off before bed and used a flashlight to get around. It was completely dark after that. Not a street light or moonbeam, just blackness pressing against the window. I remember lying in bed, listening to the woods outside. It was too quiet. No crickets, no wind, just dead silence. Every little sound my body made felt loud. My heartbeat, the shifting of the blanket, the creaking of the old wood bed frame. I kept telling myself it was just the lack of background noise making me uneasy. By the third day, I started to notice things. Little things. Nothing huge at first. The lawn chairs outside had shifted a few feet by the time I got up. I figured maybe a wind had done it. I noticed a faint scrape mark on the wall beside the door, like something metal had brushed against it. Again, I told myself it was probably nothing. I had a weird habit of overthinking things, especially when I was alone. That night, I went down the trail to the lake. It was beautiful. Still, black water reflecting the last orange light of the sky. But as I stood there, I got this deep sense of being watched. I scanned the trees, but saw nothing. The shadows between the trunks were thick, and the trees were packed tightly together. I felt stupid for being nervous, but I turned and walked quickly back up to the cabin. When I reached the porch, I saw something that made me stop. The door was slightly open. I stood there for a second, just staring at it. I was sure I had locked it. I always locked it. I checked it twice before I left. My heart was thudding in my chest. I stepped inside, holding the flashlight tightly. Nothing looked disturbed. Everything was just like I left it. I told myself maybe the lock hadn't caught properly. Maybe I had imagined locking it. Maybe I was just jumpy. Still, I started sleeping with the hatchet I had brought for splitting firewood beside the bed, just in case. I didn't really believe anyone was out there, but something about being that far from help makes you prepare for stupid things. On day 5, I walked farther into the woods than I had before, trying to clear my head. The forest was dense and still, soaked up sound. The further I went, the more uneasy I felt. At some point, I found an old rope tied around a tree about chest height. It was frayed and half buried in moss, but it looked deliberate, like someone had used it as a marker or boundary. I followed it for a bit, just curious. After maybe 50 feet, it ended at a tree stump with a deep notch cut into it. Looked like it had been used for chopping. Fresh wood shavings were scattered around. Not old, not weathered. Someone had been here recently. I turned around and walked back to the cabin faster than I meant to. Every step felt watched. I kept glancing behind me, expecting someone to be there, but there never was. That night, I barely slept. I kept hearing faint thumps from outside. Not animals, these were heavier, slower, like footsteps. I sat up in bed for hours, holding the hatchet, straining my ears. Once, I thought I saw a shape move past the window, but when I got up and looked, it was gone. I stayed awake until morning light started creeping through the cracks in the shutters. I decided I needed to leave. I packed most of my stuff, but when I got into the car and turned the key, nothing happened. The engine didn't even click, just silence. I opened the hood, checked the battery. Everything looked fine, but the battery cables were loose. Too loose to be accidental. I hadn't touched them. Someone had. I tightened them as best as I could with my fingers and tried again. The engine stuttered and then caught. Relief washed over me, but I didn't leave right away. I sat there thinking. Something felt unfinished. I didn't want to leave without knowing what was going on. I don't know if it was pride or curiosity or stupidity, but I stayed one more night. Just one. That evening, I didn't use the generator. I turned off every light and sat in the dark, looking out the window, waiting. Hours passed. Nothing. Then, sometime after midnight, I saw it. Person. Just standing at the edge of the clearing. Too far to make out details. Not moving. Just standing there, facing the cabin. I didn't move. I watched them for what felt like forever. Eventually, they took a step forward. Then another. I stood up, backing away from the window. I grabbed the hatchet, heart pounding in my chest. But the figure didn't come to the door. They walked around the side of the cabin, out of view. I crept to the back window and peeked out. Nothing. Then I heard something. A scrape on the back wall. A soft bump, like someone brushing against it. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I slipped out the front door, into the dark, barefoot, hatchet in hand. I ran toward the car. I didn't care what I left behind. I jumped in, started it, and threw it into reverse, spraying gravel as I backed up. I turned around and sped down the trail, branches whipping the side mirrors, headlights bouncing through the trees. I didn't stop until I reached a main road hours later. I kept driving until I got to a diner with lights and people. I sat in the parking lot, shaking. I didn't call the police. I didn't know what I would even tell them. Weeks later, when I got home, I tried looking up that listing again. The site was gone. Not just the page. Asterisk asterisk, the whole website asterisk asterisk was offline. I tried tracing the email confirmation, but it bounced back as invalid. I tried searching for cabins in that area using satellite images. Couldn't find it again. Not the road, not the lake, not the cabin. I started to wonder if it had ever been listed online at all. I never found out who that person was. I don't know what they wanted, or how long they had been watching me. I don't know if they had been staying nearby, or if they lived out there full-time off the grid. I still think of I bought the cabin without seeing it in person. It was a last-minute decision. I'd been burnt out, fed up with the city noise, long hours at a job I didn't care about, and people constantly pushing their opinions and their mess into my life. So when I saw the listing on a local forum, posted by someone who apparently just wanted to get rid of it quickly, it felt like a sign. The price was low, suspiciously low, but it didn't feel like I was being scammed. The photos were real, taken in different seasons, showing a weathered wooden cabin nestled in pine trees, with a gravel path leading to it and a small generator shed out back. It was off-grid, solar-powered, a compost toilet with stove heating. Exactly what I wanted. No phone signal, no internet, no distractions. I bought it the same week. The guy didn't give much info, just said he hadn't used it in a few years and wanted it off his hands. He signed over ownership and mailed me the old keys. I packed my Jeep with a few months' worth of supplies. Canned food, dry stuff, camping stove fuel, warm clothes, tools, and drove out there the next morning. Took most of the day. The GPS cut out halfway through the drive. I followed printed directions after that. When I finally reached it, Late afternoon light poured over the roof and pine needles crunched under the tires as I parked in front of the narrow wooden porch. The air smelled sharp and cold. Clean. There were no signs of anyone around. Not even tire tracks on the dirt path that led to the cabin. It really was remote. The key fit the door perfectly. Inside, it was just like the pictures. Dusty but solid. Wood-paneled walls. A small kitchen with a propane stove. A table with 2 mismatched chairs, and a stone fireplace. There was a single narrow hallway with a door to a bedroom and another to a small bathroom with a composting toilet. The windows had simple curtains. The floor creaked in places. I started a fire, opened the windows to air out the smell, and unpacked. I spent the rest of that first night sitting on a folding chair near the fire, watching it glow and listening to the sounds outside. Mostly silence, sometimes wind through trees. Felt good. Felt right. But I noticed something odd the next morning. I was organizing supplies and sweeping the back hallway when I saw it. Near the kitchen, beside the wood stove, there was a square of the floor that looked newer than the rest. The planks were cleaner. Not by much, just enough that I noticed. I knelt down and tapped on it. It sounded different. Hollow. I moved the rug off it and found a trapdoor. No handle, just a gap I could grip. It wasn't in the listing. There were marks in the wood, scratches around the edges, like someone had tried to pull it open before. But they were old. Dust had settled into the grooves. I didn't open it that day. I told myself I was tired, but really I didn't like how it made me feel. I spent the whole afternoon pretending I hadn't seen it. 2 days later, I couldn't ignore it anymore. I got a flathead screwdriver from my toolbox and pried it open. Came up with a groan, old hinges creaking. A rush of cold, stale air hit my face. It smelled like damp concrete and rust. There was a wooden ladder leading down, maybe 8 or 9 feet below. I shone my flashlight into it. The light caught the edges of a concrete room. Unfinished walls, a dirt floor. It didn't look like a root cellar or storage. It looked like a bunker. I didn't go down that day either. I kept busy, cutting firewood, reading, writing in my notebook. But the whole time, I felt like something was waiting under the floor. Not a creature, not anything fantasy, just something I wasn't ready to deal with. The next time I opened the trapdoor, I forced myself to go down. The ladder creaked. I went slowly. My flashlight flickered, so I used a backup. The basement, or whatever it was a single room, maybe 10 by 10 feet. The walls were thick concrete. No windows, no shelves, just a heavy metal door on the far side. It was bolted shut, for thick bolts across the frame. I turned back, climbed out. I didn't sleep well that night. The next few days were quiet. I kept the trapdoor shut, but I couldn't stop thinking about the door. Why was it there? Why was it locked from the outside? I started having dreams. Not nightmares, just strange dreams. Me standing in the basement, staring at the metal door, then hearing something faint behind it. Not scratching, not whispers, just soft thuds. I told myself it was nothing. One morning, I noticed something that really got to me. The trapdoor was open, just a crack, maybe an inch. I hadn't touched it in days. I stared at it for a long time. Then I forced myself to believe I hadn't shut it properly, that I must have left it loose after checking it the first time. I shut it. This time, I laid a heavy toolbox on top of it. The next morning, the toolbox was on its side. The trapdoor opened again. I couldn't explain that one. I tried to think of rational reasons. Maybe the wood was warped. Maybe the cabin settled weird. But the toolbox wasn't heavy enough to just fall over. I told myself I needed to see what was behind that metal door. That was the only way I'd stop obsessing over it. So that afternoon, I brought down my pry bar. It took a lot of work to get those bolts off. The metal was rusted, and I had to hammer some of them loose. It took hours. I was sweating even in the cold. My hands were shaking when I finally loosened the last bolt. The door creaked open. Behind it was another room, smaller, and inside it was a metal chair, the kind you see in old factories or hospitals. There were shackles on the arms and legs, bolted to the floor. There were stains on the concrete around the base. The air smelled metallic and sour. There was nothing else in the room. No lights, no markings, just that chair. I backed out, shut the metal door, rebolted it even though it made no sense, climbed up, shut the trapdoor, piled everything I could find on top of it. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in a chair with my hunting rifle across my lap, watching the trapdoor. Around 3 a.m., I heard something, a faint thump, then another. I froze. The sound came again, a slow, rhythmic thumping, not loud, just enough to make your skin crawl. Stopped after a while. In the morning, the trapdoor was still shut, but the metal bolts I'd put back in place on the basement door, I checked them later. One of them was on the floor, broken in half. I didn't know what to do. I wasn't imagining this. I wasn't dreaming. This was real. I had no phone signal. The Jeep was low on gas. The nearest town was hours away. I decided to leave anyway. I packed everything I could in 2 hours. Loaded the Jeep. Didn't bother cleaning. I just wanted to get out. As I turned the Jeep around, I looked back, just once, and I saw the trapdoor, wide open, even though I'd shut it, even though I'd covered it. That was the last time I ever saw the cabin. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't write a report. What would I say? I sold the cabin a year later, listed it cheap like the last guy had. Someone bought it without asking questions. I didn't answer their messages. I live in the city again, in an apartment with thin walls and too many neighbors. Sometimes I hear thumps through the walls at night, but at least I know they're from the people next door, not from something beneath my floor. My job had been eating away at me for years. Long hours, no real breaks, always staring at a screen, always chasing deadlines. I started getting headaches every day, barely sleeping, and snapping at people for small things. The worst part was I couldn't even remember the last time I felt calm. So when I finally built up enough time off, I told myself I was going to disconnect for a while. No phone, no internet, no work. I just wanted to breathe without the noise. I found the cabin on a small vacation rental site. It was deep in the northern mountains, about 4 hours outside the last major town, and it sat alone in a dense patch of forest near a dried-up creek bed. The listing said it was once used by a hunter who hadn't been there in years. The photos were basic: a square wooden structure, gray roof, one small front porch, a big propane tank near the rear, and nothing but trees behind it. I didn't care about style. I cared about quiet. The listing promised no neighbors for miles. That's exactly what I wanted. I drove up on a Monday morning in early October. I brought 2 coolers with me, one for dry food, one for meat and ice. I packed a shotgun in case of bears, though I'd never shot anything in my life. I had a stack of books, a few notebooks, and a cheap camping lantern that ran on batteries. The only electricity in the cabin came from a loud gas-powered generator that sat on the side of the building, tucked behind a pile of rusted metal drums. There was no running water, just a well with a hand pump. The bathroom was an outhouse maybe 30 yards from the back steps. I pulled into the long gravel drive around noon. My tires cracked over the rocks, breaking the thick silence of the woods. The trees leaned heavy on both sides. It was cold up there, low 40s, and the air smelled like pine needles and old leaves. The place looked smaller in real life, the wood siding faded and patched in some places. Still, it was dry, it was empty, and it was mine for the next 11 days. The first day was calm. I unpacked, walked the property, then sat on the porch with a blanket and watched the sun drop behind the trees. The silence was thick. No cars, no sirens, no voices. At night, I sat at the little table near the window and read until my lantern started to dim. Then I climbed into the old cot they had set up under the window and fell asleep to the sound of wind scraping against the glass. It was good, for a while. The weird stuff didn't happen all at once. Started slow. On the second night, I woke up at around 3:30 in the morning. Not because of a sound or nightmare, I just woke up. My back was sore, and my mouth felt dry. I sat up and realized it was completely black inside the cabin. No moonlight, no stars through the window. I reached over to the lantern on the floor next to my cot, flicked it on low, and sat there for a second. My skin felt cold and tight, the way it does when you're being stared at. I didn't hear anything, not right away. But then, after maybe a minute, I heard something soft, like a footstep in the leaves. Not a branch breaking, not an animal scurrying. This was slower, heavier, like someone trying to step quietly but not quite pulling it off. Came from behind the cabin, where the trees got thicker. I sat still, listening. There were no more steps, just wind. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other animal, maybe a raccoon going through the trash barrel I'd sealed with a bungee cord earlier. After sitting there for 15 minutes without another sound, I laid back down and tried to sleep again. But my body stayed tense, like something deep inside me was telling me I was wrong. By morning, I almost forgot about it, but I still walked the property slowly, just to check. The dirt behind the cabin was soft from old rain, and I thought maybe I'd see a track. I didn't, but near the edge of the woods, about 20 feet from the back wall of the cabin, there was a fresh pile of cigarette butts. 7 or 8 of them jammed into the dirt near a flat rock. They were still white, not yellowed by rain or time. The filters looked new. I don't smoke. I hadn't seen anyone for miles. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept the shotgun next to the cot, my lantern at full brightness, and I left the curtain open just a little bit so I could see the tree line if I needed to. I stayed up reading but found myself checking the window every few minutes. Around 2:45 a.m., I heard it again. This time it was clearer, 2 separate footfalls, slow, padded steps through dry leaves and twigs. Then nothing, just silence again. I turned off the lantern and crouched by the window. The moon was out, casting dim light across the clearing. My eyes adjusted slowly, and I scanned the trees. That's when I saw him. He was standing just behind the tree line, maybe 30 feet from the cabin. No flashlight, no movement, just standing. I couldn't see his face, just the outline of a body, tall, wide shoulders, dark clothes. He wasn't hiding. He wasn't running. He was just standing there, like he'd been watching for a while. I stayed crouched and watched for maybe 5 full minutes. He didn't move. Then, finally, he turned and walked back into the woods. No sound, no rush. I didn't sleep after that, not even a minute. In the morning, I found tracks. Not boots, not sneakers, bare feet. They led in a big slow arc from the back of the cabin toward the trees. The heels and toes pressed deep into the mud. The size looked like a man's, wide with thick toes. Some of them had broken leaves and needles pressed into the print. It wasn't an animal. It was a man, a barefoot man walking in near-freezing temperatures. I spent the next hour debating whether to pack up and leave. But I didn't. I don't know why. Maybe pride. Maybe fear of overreacting. I told myself maybe it was some local guy, maybe someone living off-grid nearby. Maybe he didn't mean harm. But then, that night, it escalated. I locked every window, every door. I slid the heavy wood dresser in front of the main door. I didn't use the generator, just the lantern and a few small flashlights. I sat at the table with the shotgun across my lap, not even pretending to read. Just after 3:10 a.m., I heard movement again. Not outside, inside. It was the sound of floorboards creaking. At first, I thought I was imagining it. But then I heard it again, slow weight pressing down on old wood. Came from the kitchen, maybe 10 feet away from where I was sitting. I was the only one there. I had locked everything. I didn't speak. I didn't move. Then something scraped along the counter. I stood up, holding the shotgun. My legs were shaking, and I could barely keep my hands steady. I moved toward the kitchen slowly, flashlight in one hand, barrel in the other. The room was empty. I checked every cabinet, every shelf, every drawer. Nothing. No broken window, no door open. I moved back through the cabin, heart pounding in my ears, checked the bedroom, the loft, even under the bed frame. Still nothing. Then I noticed it. The back door, the one I never used. The lock was still bolted, but the frame had fresh marks in it, long, deep scratches in the wood. Fresh, white cuts, as if someone had been slowly carving into it with a knife or a screwdriver, trying to force the deadbolt loose. Someone had been inside, or they had tried to be. I slept during the day after that, kept the shotgun with me all the time. I left the generator off permanently, didn't want the noise. I barely ate, just canned beans and beef jerky. I didn't leave the cabin again, not even to get water. I just used the melted ice from the cooler. Every sound outside made me freeze. Every creak inside made me jump. 2 nights later, I woke up to the lantern turned off. I knew I'd left it on. I clicked it back on and looked around. Then I saw something that made my stomach drop. On the floor, near the edge of the window, was a pile of dried pine needles. A fresh pile, right where I'd placed my backpack the day before. The pack had been zipped closed. Now it was open. I didn't stay the full 11 days. The next morning, I left at first light. I loaded my gear, grabbed the shotgun, and drove out without looking back. I didn't stop for coffee. I didn't stop to return the key. I just drove. Back in town, I booked a cheap motel, locked the door, and sat against the wall for a full hour before I could calm down enough to think. Later, I filed a police report. They didn't do much. Said it was probably a squatter, maybe a local hermit living out in the forest. But the cop didn't look me in the eye when I told him about the man behind the tree line. He just said they'd send someone to check it out. They never followed up. A few weeks later, I checked the listing. The cabin had been removed. /ending. It's been over 8 months now, and I still lock every door twice before bed. I haven't gone camping again. Haven't stayed anywhere without a front desk, a deadbolt, and neighbors. But the part that still gets me, still keeps me up some nights, isn't the scratches on the back door. It's not even the cigarette butts near the tree line. It's that pile of pine needles. Because I didn't hear anyone come in. I didn't hear the door open or I rented the cabin because I wanted to be alone. Not the kind of alone where your phone is just on silent or the kind where you turn off notifications and pretend you're off the grid. I wanted the real thing. No neighbors, no cars outside, no buzz from overhead lights, no schedule, no noise, no one. Just trees, wind, and whatever silence sounds like. The idea came a few months earlier when my job pushed me close to a breakdown. I was doing long hours, more than 80 a week sometimes, and I wasn't even in finance or tech or something like that. I was working in logistics, basically managing warehouse movement and transportation schedules. I had started getting tension headaches and this twitch under my eye that wouldn't go away. I wasn't eating much, and my sleep was all over the place. When I finally requested time off, I didn't just want rest. I wanted to disappear for a while. So I went on one of those rustic retreat websites and booked this small cabin out in the mountains. It was a 6-hour drive from my apartment. The place was near a lake but tucked in behind dense forest, about a mile from the closest dirt road and another 4 miles from the next house or any real connection to people. The listing said it was off-grid, which meant solar power, no Wi-Fi, no cell service, and a composting toilet. I liked the sound of that. I figured the quiet and the air would do something good to my head. I packed everything I needed: canned food, dry snacks, water jugs, extra batteries, matches, first aid, my camping knife, flashlight, a headlamp, paper maps, and even a little axe. I wasn't going out there to play survivalist, but I wanted to be prepared. The cabin wasn't that big. It was maybe 300 square feet total. 1 room for sleeping and eating, a little porch, and a shed out back for firewood and tools. The windows were all wood-framed with latches, and there was a big wood stove right in the middle for heating and cooking. I brought some books and a notepad. I planned to sleep, eat, and sit on the porch watching the wind blow the trees around. Nothing else. When I first got there, everything looked perfect. The dirt road that led me to the parking area was bumpy and narrow, but I managed it. I left my car under a big pine and hiked the last stretch with my gear in 2 trips. There were no signs of recent activity, no tire tracks, no boot prints, no anything. The cabin key was exactly where the owner said it would be, in a rusted tin can under a flat stone beside the porch. I unlocked the door, stepped inside, and just stood there for a while. It smelled like old cedar and ash. There was dust in the corners, but the place felt solid. No creaks in the floor, no water damage on the ceiling, no weird stains. It was simple and quiet. I spent the first 2 days doing almost nothing. I sat out front and watched squirrels pick through pine cones. I cooked simple meals, mostly beans and rice or soup. I'd sit on the step with a cup of instant coffee in the morning and just look around. I kept expecting to hear a plane go by or something, but there was nothing. It felt like being the last person alive, but in a good way. By the third day, I started to feel a little more rested. My headache was gone. The twitch in my eye slowed down. I was still waking up early because of the sunlight and the birds, but it didn't bother me. I liked hearing the wind move through the tall trees around the cabin. I liked that there was no hum from a fridge or buzz from streetlights or the sound of traffic outside my window. It was the first time I had been truly alone in years. But something changed around the fifth night. I was lying in bed reading when I heard something outside. It wasn't an animal. I'd heard raccoons and squirrels already, and they made rustling sounds or fast, scratchy noises. This was slower, more like footsteps. I sat up and turned off my headlamp. The moonlight was coming in through the window, enough to see shadows on the floor. I waited, not moving, just listening. There it was again. Crunch. Then another. Then nothing. It was probably a deer. That's what I told myself. Maybe an elk. Something big and careful. I didn't go outside. I just sat in bed for about an hour until I felt my chest stop thudding. Then I laid back down. I kept the headlamp on next to me, though, just in case. The next morning, I walked around the cabin to check. There were no footprints that I could see. The ground was mostly pine needles and dirt, so it was hard to tell. I shrugged it off and went on with the day. I made oatmeal and tried to forget it. But the next night, I heard it again. This time closer. It was around midnight. I had gone to bed early because it was cold and I didn't want to keep the lantern running too long. I woke up to that same sound, a slow step, then a pause, then another. But this time, it was right outside the window behind the wood stove. I sat up in bed and didn't breathe. My eyes were wide open, trying to adjust to the dark. I could hear something brushing against the wall. Not scratching, more like a shoulder sliding along the outside. Then I heard it circle around the back. My chest tightened. I picked up the headlamp and switched it on, holding it like a weapon even though I knew that made no sense. I stayed like that until the sky turned gray with morning light. When it got bright enough, I stepped outside. Still no tracks, no torn screens, no broken branches or trampled brush. I checked around the woodpile. I even looked inside the shed. Nothing. I started to wonder if maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe the wind had moved something outside. Maybe I was hearing the cabin creak as it cooled in the night. But that night, it happened again. And this time, I knew I wasn't imagining it. The sound came just after I had turned off the lantern. I wasn't asleep yet. I was lying on my side, staring at the window, and I heard the first step, then the second, then a slow dragging sound across the porch. A few more steps, then silence. I didn't move. I just waited, and then I heard the doorknob. It didn't turn, but I heard the metal click, like someone touched it. Not a raccoon, not a bear. Bears don't check doorknobs. I didn't sleep that night at all. I sat in the corner with the axe in my lap, waiting for morning. When the sun finally came up, I went outside again. This time I checked the doorknob. It had a faint smudge on it, like something oily had touched it. A hand? I don't know. It wasn't clear, but I felt it. Something wasn't right. I thought about leaving, but I had told myself I'd stay at least 2 weeks. And part of me still wanted to believe it was nothing, just my imagination working overtime in the silence. That kind of thing happens, right? When you're truly alone, your mind fills in the blanks. Still, I started keeping the axe beside me, and I rigged up a noise trap, some old cans and string around the porch, just so I'd hear it if something moved. For a few days, nothing happened. I thought maybe whatever it was had passed through. Maybe it was a hunter. Maybe it was a lost hiker. I didn't like thinking it could be a person, but I'd rather it be that than some other thing I couldn't explain. Then, on the 9th night, I heard the cans rattle. I was asleep. The sound woke me fast. I sat up and reached for the flashlight. The cans clinked again. Then something heavy hit the porch like a foot or a knee. I snapped on the light and pointed it at the window. For a second, I saw something move. Just a shape. Human height. It ducked down out of view. I didn't go outside. I stayed up all night again, holding the axe, listening. Nothing else happened. In the morning, the cans were scattered. 2 had rolled into the brush. 1 had a dent like it had been kicked hard. That was it. I couldn't pretend anymore. I packed my things. I didn't even cook breakfast. I grabbed my pack, stuffed it full, and locked the cabin behind me. I left some food behind because I didn't want to waste time. I hiked fast, heart racing the whole way. When I got to the car, it was still there, untouched. But I didn't relax until I was back on the main road with cell service. When I got home, I took a long shower and tried to sleep, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. And a few days later, I got an email. It was from the cabin owner. Just a short message. They said someone had broken in after I left. The front door was open when they came to clean. The latch was snapped. Inside, things were tossed around. Nothing stolen, but everything was moved, like someone had searched it. But there were no signs of forced entry from the outside. No broken windows, no tire tracks, just the door cracked open. I didn't reply, couldn't. I still don't know what it was, who it was. But I know this. I wasn't alone out there. And whatever it was, it knew I was there. It watched me. It waited. And the scariest part isn't what happened. It's what could have. I didn't tell many people about my plan. That was the whole point. I didn't want people calling or checking in on me every day. I didn't want anyone tracking my location. I needed to be alone for a while. The last few years had drained me to the core. Too many responsibilities, too much screen time, too much noise. I didn't care about anything anymore, and I was tired of pretending to be okay. I wanted quiet, stillness, time away from everyone. I found the cabin online. It wasn't one of those fancy places that influencers rent for a weekend to post about simplicity before heading back to their apartments. It was old, plain, a small wooden structure deep in the forested mountains of Idaho, far from the nearest town. It was part of an old property someone had inherited and decided to rent out occasionally to loners like me. It had no internet, no TV, and barely had phone service. But it had electricity, a fireplace, running water from a well, and a decent generator. That was all I needed. I drove up in late October, planning to stay a month, maybe more. I brought food supplies, a generator backup, fuel, water containers, a first aid kit, basic tools, batteries, flashlights, a solar charger, a shotgun for safety, and several boxes of notebooks and paper. I told my boss I was taking a leave. I told one friend, just in case. I didn't tell my parents because I didn't want them to talk me out of it. The road to the cabin was a gravel path that wound deep into the trees. The farther I drove, the quieter it got. No cars, no people, just birds, branches creaking in the wind, and the steady crunch of tires on rock. When I arrived, I parked next to the cabin, stepped out, and just stood there for a long while, breathing in the cold air, looking up at the tall trees. I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time, peace. Not happiness, but peace. The cabin was small and dark inside, but it was cleaner than I expected. There was one main room with a wood stove, a table, a chair, a worn couch, and a bed in the corner. The windows were single-paned and let in a bit of light through dusty curtains. The air smelled faintly of old wood and ash. There was a bathroom off to the side with an old metal shower and a toilet hooked to a septic tank. I unpacked my gear, stored my food in a plastic tub to keep mice out, set up the generator outside, and checked the locks on the doors and windows. Everything worked. I didn't expect comfort. I expected isolation. And that's exactly what it gave me. The first few days were exactly what I hoped for. I hiked during the day, wrote in my notebooks, cooked simple meals, read books by candlelight, and fell asleep early to the sound of wind and insects. I heard coyotes a few times at night, and once I saw a moose far off in the woods, but nothing else. My phone didn't work unless I drove 40 minutes back down the mountain, which I didn't plan to do often. I started to lose track of the days. That felt good, but something started bothering me in the second week. First, it was little things. A sound I thought I heard, scratching, maybe behind the walls while I was half asleep. A spoon I was sure I left on the table, now on the floor. A door I thought I had closed, now slightly ajar. I blamed myself. I was alone, tired, not used to the silence. The mind does weird things when it's that quiet for that long. But then the food started disappearing. It began small, a few crackers missing, a can of beans gone. Then whole things, a bag of jerky, a carton of powdered milk, a flashlight battery. I was sure I wasn't imagining it. I kept a pretty strict mental note of what I had. I had to, being out here. So I set up a simple trap. I balanced a small stick on the food tub, with a few loose items set to fall and clatter if the lid opened. That night I heard nothing, but in the morning the stick was on the floor, the lid was askew, and more food was gone. I thought maybe an animal? A raccoon somehow got in? I checked everywhere for a hole or opening. The windows were intact, the door was solid, the walls had no visible gaps. There was no sign of droppings or tracks inside. I was confused, but not scared. Not yet. I set a new trap, this time with a battery-powered motion sensor from my supplies. I aimed it near the food tub, low to the ground. It would go off if anything moved nearby. I turned it on before bed. That night, it triggered. I woke up at 2 a.m. to a soft clicking noise, the alarm. I jumped up, grabbed my flashlight and my shotgun, heart pounding. I checked the tub, the lid was cracked open. The stick was on the floor again. Can was missing, but no animal, no sounds, nothing in the room. Then I heard something behind the wall. It was faint, a slow, dragging sound, like something moving through the wall space between the wood. Then silence. I stood there in the cold dark, holding the shotgun, listening. I turned off the alarm, checked the windows, opened the door and looked outside. Nothing, just trees and darkness. I couldn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat in the chair by the stove, gripping the shotgun until the sky turned gray. The next morning, I unscrewed part of the paneling behind the bed. The walls were thin, old timber with an inner layer of insulation and open space. I saw dust, cobwebs, and nothing else. But the space between the walls was just big enough for someone or something to crawl through if they really tried. That was when the fear started. Not panic, not yet, but a steady, low hum of fear, like static in my chest that didn't go away. I started locking the bedroom door at night, even though I was alone. I set alarms in more places. I checked every room 3 times before bed. I moved the food into a locked cooler with a chain, but the fear kept growing. On the 17th night, I heard something crawl above me. It was around 1 a.m. I hadn't been able to sleep. I was staring at the ceiling in the dark when I heard a creaking sound, slow, deliberate, from the attic. I didn't even know the place had an attic until then. The creaks moved across the ceiling and stopped above the bed. I didn't move. I barely breathed. Then, I heard a quiet scraping, like fingernails or something metal dragging across the wood floor up there. I got out of bed slowly, picked up the flashlight and shotgun, and stood under the attic hatch. There was a small square panel in the ceiling near the center of the cabin. I had to use a chair to reach it. I climbed up, heart beating so hard I felt sick. I opened the panel and shined the flashlight inside. The attic was small and low, just a cramped space with exposed beams, dust, and a few old items. An empty crate, some rope, and a pile of crumpled blankets in the far corner. The blankets were shaped like a nest. There were wrappers in it, empty cans, a torn shirt. I froze. Someone had been sleeping up there. I didn't go inside. I lowered the hatch and backed away slowly, not sure what to do. I locked the door. I stood in the middle of the room and listened, but the attic was silent again. I stayed up until morning, then packed my things. I didn't care how far the town was, I was done. I packed everything into my truck as the sun rose and got ready to leave. But the battery was dead. I popped the hood and saw why. The wires had been cut, cleanly. I backed away from the truck, my hands shaking. I looked around, the trees, the dirt path, the silent cabin. No one. But I knew then, someone was out here. Someone had been living in the walls, in the attic, inside the very place I thought was safe. And now they didn't want me to leave. I ran back inside, locked the door, moved furniture against it. I tried my phone, still no signal. I was stuck. I had food for a few more days, water for maybe a week. The generator still worked. But now, I didn't feel safe even during the day. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the chair with the shotgun and flashlight, staring at the attic hatch. Hours passed. Then, just before dawn, I heard it. A soft thud from above. Then the hatch began to move. It didn't open all the way, just a crack. Enough for me to see part of a face. Pale skin, greasy hair, one eye. Watching. I screamed and fired the shotgun. The blast echoed like thunder. The hatch slammed shut. Dust fell from the ceiling. I reloaded, my hands shaking, my ears ringing. I didn't hear anything else for hours. In the morning, I opened the hatch again, carefully this time, gun ready. The attic was empty. The nest was still there, but the person was gone. I checked every wall, every corner. Nothing, but I knew they hadn't left. Not really. I stayed another night because I had no choice. I blocked the hatch with boards and nails. I slept in short bursts. The next day, I started walking. I walked for hours down the mountain road, shotgun slung over my shoulder, hoping to reach signal. Around noon, I finally got a single bar. I called the sheriff. They found me 2 hours later, half frozen and exhausted. I told them everything. They searched the cabin and found evidence. Footprints in the attic, empty food wrappers, scratches inside the walls, but no person, whoever. I don't know why I even booked that trip. Maybe I wanted peace. Maybe I thought a week alone up in the woods would help clear my head. I was tired of the noise back home. My phone rang too much. I wasn't sleeping right. Everything started to feel tight around me, like the city itself was pressing in on my chest. So when I saw that listing for the cabin, way up north and surrounded by nothing but trees and an empty lake, I didn't think twice. I booked it. 7 nights. One person. No internet, no cell service. Nothing but me and the cold silence of October woods. The drive there was long. I took an entire day off work just to reach it. The roads got smaller and more narrow as I went. First, I was on the highway, then I was on some cracked country roads. After that, gravel, then dirt, then just a rough trail barely wide enough for one car. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was almost down. It was one of those cold, gray evenings where everything looks frozen but there's no snow. The trees had already lost most of their leaves, and the ones left looked dry and weak like they could fall any second. The cabin itself was older than I thought. The pictures online didn't show the cracks in the wood siding or the way the front door hung crooked on its hinges. The lock worked, though. Inside, it was warmer. A small fireplace had already been set up with wood, and the air smelled like pine and dust. There was no TV, just a table, a small bed, a sink, and a propane stove. The bathroom was outside, an outhouse about 10 steps behind the cabin. I unpacked slow, then lit a fire and boiled water for tea. The quiet hit me hard that first night. No cars, no voices, just wind through the trees and the occasional pop from the fireplace. I thought it would help me sleep, but it didn't. I lay in bed for hours, staring at the ceiling, feeling something strange inside me, like I had pushed myself out into some place where I didn't belong. The second day started okay. I made coffee, walked around the lake. The trail was narrow and overgrown in some parts, but it circled the whole lake and looped back to the cabin. Took about 3 hours. I didn't see anyone, not a soul, just squirrels and a few deer. I liked the quiet during the hike, but when I got back to the cabin, the silence felt heavier. I kept looking out the windows, checking the trees like I expected to see something there. By the third night, I started to feel watched. That was the first time it really hit me. I had walked the same lake trail again, but I took my time. I sat on a rock near the far end of the lake and ate lunch. I brought a sandwich and a thermos of hot tea. I was halfway through it when I noticed something that made my skin crawl. A stick had snapped deep in the trees behind me. It wasn't a small snap like a branch falling. It was loud, like someone stepped on it. I froze, held my breath, waited. I thought maybe it was a deer, but I listened for longer than I should have, and nothing else moved. No rustling, no walking, just the sound of wind in the leaves again. When I finally stood up and looked around, I didn't see anything. But from that moment on, I felt like I wasn't alone. I walked back faster than I meant to, kept checking behind me. The trail felt longer that time, like it was twisting more than before, or maybe I was just getting paranoid. When I got back to the cabin, I didn't light a fire. I sat there in the cold, just listening. I thought I heard soft footsteps outside, but every time I got up to check, I didn't see anything. The trees stood still. The air didn't move. My hands shook when I tried to pour water. I dropped the cup. That night, I barely slept. On the fourth day, I stayed inside most of the morning. I started writing in a notebook. Nothing important, just thoughts, sketches, descriptions of the trees outside. The wind had started picking up and brought a chill through the cracks in the cabin walls. I tried patching them with some old towels I found in a drawer. By afternoon, I decided to try and explore a little farther off the trail. I brought a compass and a flashlight and headed into the woods behind the cabin. I walked for maybe 30 minutes in a straight line, marking trees with orange tape I had in my backpack so I could find my way back. The woods felt different away from the lake. They were thicker, darker, and quieter. I remember thinking the ground looked off in one spot. It looked like it had been dug up and recovered. I didn't touch it, just noted it and moved on. But then I saw something that stopped me cold. There was an old tree with the bark peeled off in long strips. It wasn't done by an animal. The cuts were too clean. They looked like they were made with a knife. Some of the cuts were fresh, like someone had been there recently. I felt my stomach turn. I looked around. Nothing, just trees. But that feeling came back stronger, the one that made my neck tighten and my skin itch. I turned around and followed my tape markers back fast. When I got back to the cabin, the sun was starting to go down. I locked the door, checked the windows, and didn't light a fire again. I didn't want to draw attention. I sat in the dark for hours with my flashlight off. I thought I heard someone walking outside, but I couldn't see anyone. It was the sound of slow steps, one at a time, leaves crunching just a bit, then silence, then again. I didn't sleep at all that night. By the fifth morning, I was ready to leave. I packed everything up, loaded my backpack, and went outside to start the car. But it didn't start. Not even a click. The battery was dead. I opened the hood, checked the cables. They were fine. No signs of damage. But the battery was completely drained. I didn't leave anything on. The car had started fine the day before. I stood there, staring at the woods, feeling like they were closing in. I decided I'd hike out. There was a ranger station marked on the map about 5 miles away if I followed the service trail east. I strapped on my bag, filled a bottle with water, and started walking. I had only gone about half a mile when I found something that made me stop again. Hanging from a tree branch at eye level was one of the same pieces of orange tape I had used to mark trees the day before. But I hadn't come this way before. That's when I knew someone had followed me and found my tape. They moved it. I stood frozen for a long time. My brain didn't know what to do. I turned around and ran back to the cabin. When I got inside, I moved a table in front of the door and nailed the windows shut with old nails I found in a drawer. I took out the hunting knife I had packed but never used and sat on the floor with it. I kept it in my lap and stared at the door. I only got up to use the outhouse once during daylight, and even then, I felt like something was going to reach out from the trees. That night, I heard it again. Footsteps. But this time, they circled the cabin slowly. I heard them crunch leaves on one side, then pause. Then they moved to the back. Then the front. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe loud. At one point, I swear I heard someone try the doorknob. Just once. A slow, soft twist. Then nothing. Day 6 came and I knew I had to leave. I couldn't sit there another day. I waited until mid-morning, grabbed the axe from the porch, and carried it with me as I followed the same eastern trail again. I didn't stop. I didn't look at the trees. I kept moving until I reached a road. A narrow paved one, but a road. I dropped my backpack, waved at the first truck I saw, and the guy stopped. He drove me to the nearest town, about 40 minutes away. When I told the sheriff's office what happened, they didn't even look surprised. They said that whole area had issues. People go missing there. Hunters find strange things. Camps torn up. gear missing. They said there's someone up there living off-grid, deep in the forest, and they don't like visitors. They've never been caught. They drove back out to the cabin with me, 2 trucks with deputies. When we got there, everything was the same, except the front door was wide open. Inside, the table had been moved. My knife was gone. The bed had been stripped. Nothing else was touched. I didn't even go back inside. I just stared from the porch while the deputies looked around. I never got back any of my stuff. I never found out who was in those woods. I changed my phone number after that. I moved into an apartment in the city with neighbors on all sides. I sleep with a light on now, and I'll never go into the woods alone again. I don't really know where to start because thinking back, it all feels like it lasted months, even though it was barely 2 weeks. I went to that cabin to get away from everything. My phone, people, noise, lights, stress, work, and mostly myself. I didn't go there expecting peace. I went there because I thought I had nothing left to lose. But I didn't expect that kind of fear. Not the kind that wraps around you slow, like a wire tightening every day while you try to act like you're okay. The cabin was in north central Oregon, about 3 hours out of Portland, past Redmond, far enough into the thick trees that even GPS got confused. I had found it through a friend of a friend, not through any official rental site. It was one of those old wooden cabins with real logs, wide boards for floors, and an outhouse instead of plumbing. No running water, no electricity. It had a wood stove, a well with a hand pump, and a generator if you really needed power. I didn't turn on the generator once. The guy who owned it said I could stay there as long as I wanted, so long as I respected the place, kept it clean, and didn't go through any of the locked cabinets. He said they had family stuff stored in them. That didn't bother me. I didn't go there to snoop. I brought what I needed: dry food, a cooler of perishables, a camping stove, a few flashlights, a rifle, a few books, some clothes, a tarp, and some tools. I thought I'd be chopping wood, sitting on the porch, journaling like some fake philosopher. I thought I'd get bored. But from the first night, things felt off. The first night, I heard scratching under the floor. I told myself it was a squirrel, maybe a raccoon. The place was surrounded by forest. It was cold that night too, frost forming on the inside of the windows. It was so quiet I could hear every branch crack outside. I wore a wool hat and wrapped myself in a sleeping bag, lying on the old cot they had in the corner. The scratching came and went, but I figured that's what happens when you stay in the woods. Animals. Nothing unusual. But by the 3rd day, it felt different. It wasn't scratching anymore. It was slow dragging, shifting, then silence, then again at night, but only at night. There was a small crawl space under the cabin. I had seen the opening for it out back, a low wooden hatch barely big enough for a person to slide through. I hadn't gone near it because I didn't need to, but now, with the sounds coming more often, I decided I'd check it. I waited until midday when the sun was out and there wasn't a sound. I brought my flashlight, gloves, and a stick. The hatch was closed, but not locked. When I opened it, a waft of cold air came out, stale and dry like something that hadn't been opened in a while. I shined the flashlight in. There were cobwebs, broken branches, bits of insulation, and old leaves. Nothing moved. I stuck my head in and looked both ways. Just dirt and wood beams and spider webs. I crawled in halfway, checking for signs of an animal nest, maybe droppings or fur. I didn't see anything. I banged the stick around a bit. Nothing scurried. Still, I didn't sleep that night. The sound didn't come. But I laid there awake, eyes wide, flashlight on my chest, rifle leaning against the bed. The next few days were strange, not terrifying, just off. Like I'd set something in one place and find it moved. I thought maybe I was just being absent-minded. I found one of my flashlights under the porch. I hadn't used it out there. I thought maybe I had dropped it and forgotten. Then I found a peanut butter jar open, lid set perfectly beside it. I thought I had closed it. Couldn't be sure. These were small things. But then the generator turned on. It was early in the morning, maybe 5 a.m. I was still in bed, half asleep, and I heard the low hum outside. The generator had a pull start handle. You couldn't turn it on without yanking that cord hard. I had never started it, not once. I got up, heart racing, pulled on my boots, grabbed the rifle and stepped out. The generator was running. I stood there in the cold morning light, breath fogging out, just staring at it. It was humming smoothly like someone had just cranked it to life and walked off. I shut it off right away, checked around, looked for footprints, but the ground was too hard from frost. Nothing. I stood there for a long time just holding the rifle and listening. No birds, no wind, nothing but my heartbeat. I started locking the cabin up better. I used the hasp on the front door, latched the windows with old rope, and even put a tin can on top of the crawl space hatch to see if it would move. The next morning, it was gone. Just gone. Not on the ground. Not beside it. Just gone. That day, I went down into the crawl space again, this time with a headlamp, not just a flashlight. I crawled all the way in. It was hard to breathe under there. The space was low, tight, and dusty. But I saw something I hadn't seen before. At the far back corner, under the beams, there were scraps of plastic. Torn wrappers, a crumpled tin can, a spoon, and a sock. Not a child's sock, an adult sock, thick and dirty. And next to that, a small black camping pot. Someone had been under there. I backed out as fast as I could, mouth full of dust, heart hammering. When I got back inside, I locked everything again. I sat for hours with the rifle across my lap, watching the door. I didn't eat. I didn't move much. I didn't want to believe it. I wanted to believe it was old trash, something someone left behind years ago. But that night, I woke up to footsteps. Slow, soft, just outside the wall. Someone stepping around the porch. Not fast, not trying to be quiet either. Just steady, like they knew I was awake and didn't care. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The steps circled once, then nothing. In the morning, I packed everything I could into my backpack. I was gonna hike the 5 miles back to the trailhead and take my car. But when I stepped outside, the tires on my car were slashed. All 4. The rubber was torn deep. I checked the trunk. The spare was gone. The jack too. I went back inside. Stayed in there all day, rifle ready. I kept thinking about who it was. Why they hadn't done anything to me yet. Why they were just watching, creeping, moving things. I didn't sleep. The next day I walked. Not to the trailhead. The road was too exposed. I went the other way, deeper into the trees. I found a high ridge with a good view and waited until I saw someone. I was sure I would, but I didn't. That night I slept a little, but I woke up to breathing. Not mine. Breathing right outside the window. Slow, deep, steady. I couldn't see anything. The window was fogged, and it was still dark. But I knew someone was out there, breathing, close enough their breath hit the glass. I waited until light and ran to the crawl space. I didn't go in. I dumped in gasoline from the jerry can I had and threw in a match. It burned fast and hot. Black smoke poured out. The fire didn't catch the cabin because it was mostly dirt and stone down there, but it filled the whole crawl space with smoke. Then I waited. 3 hours later, I saw someone watching from the woods, just standing between the trees, barely visible. I saw the outline of a man. He wasn't holding anything. He didn't move, just stood there watching me from maybe 50 feet away. I pointed the rifle. He didn't flinch, didn't run. When I finally lowered the rifle, he was gone. I stayed 3 more days. I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't hike out with no car, not safely. I didn't have a signal. I tried to use the emergency radio, but the batteries were dead. I had no way of reaching anyone. On the 3rd night, I heard the hatch creak open. I didn't move. I stayed in the corner with the rifle pointed at the trapdoor that led into the floorboards, right where the crawl space ended. It was quiet. So quiet I heard my own heartbeat louder than anything else. Then I heard slow dragging under the floor again. The same dragging I heard on the first night. But now it was slower, heavier. I fired the rifle once through the floor. Just a warning shot. I didn't know if I hit anything. I heard a scream, not a loud one, just a short, strained gasp. Then I heard something scurry out, fast. Then nothing. In the morning, there was blood. A small patch near the edge of the crawl space opening, and next to it, a torn piece of flannel. I burned that too. That was the last time I saw or heard anything. 2 days later, a group of hunters came by. They said they'd been camping about 2 miles west and heard the shot. They had walkies. They let me call for help. I told the police everything. They searched the woods. They searched under the cabin. They found signs of a makeshift bedding spot in the crawl space. Old canned food, a spoon carved down to a point, a small pocket knife, torn jacket, no ID, no wallet, no phone, no fingerprints. They said someone had been living under that cabin for at least a few weeks, maybe longer, maybe waiting for the right person to come alone. I don't go into the woods anymore. I don't rent cabins. I don't sleep in places where I don't know every wall and every sound. That man I had been looking forward to some time away from everything. Work was draining me day by day, and the city never really gave me peace. There was always noise, sirens, yelling, engines, construction, horns, people talking. Even when it was silent at night, it was never quiet. I needed real quiet, something still, something far. So I took 2 weeks off, packed up my truck, and drove west into the mountains. I found a cabin on a rental website. It was cheap, small, and said no electricity, no water, very remote. That's exactly what I wanted. It sat about 25 miles off the main road, surrounded by woods, no nearby houses, and a small lake just a short walk behind it. The pictures showed an old log structure with a narrow porch, a fire pit out front, and a dirt trail leading into thick forest. It took almost 6 hours to get there, with the last hour being rough dirt road. I passed nothing but trees and the occasional faded trail sign. My truck bounced over stones and climbed up through switchbacks until it finally reached the clearing. There the cabin stood, old, quiet, and shaded by pine. The wood was dark, the roof slanted, and a stack of firewood leaned beside the porch. I shut off the truck and stepped out. No noise, no cell signal, nothing, just trees and air. I spent the first day just settling in. The inside of the cabin was dusty but not too bad. There was a small cot, a table with 2 chairs, a shelf with some canned food and a few rusty pans, and an old wood stove. It smelled like pine and dust and something else I couldn't name. Not a bad smell, just old. The floor creaked with every step, and the windows were smeared from weather. I swept the place out with an old broom I found behind the door and made a fire in the stove as the sun started to drop behind the trees. The first night was cold, but peaceful. I cooked some beans, drank water from a gallon jug I brought, and read an old paperback I had in my bag. I fell asleep before midnight, listening to wind move through the trees. Nothing unusual, no animals scratching, no strange feelings, just silence. The next morning, I made coffee on the stove and walked down the trail behind the cabin toward the lake. It was beautiful. Still water, green reflections from the trees, and a few ripples from fish near the edge. I sat on a rock, stared across the lake, and breathed air that didn't smell like car exhaust. I didn't see another person, didn't hear anything man-made. It was perfect. I spent the next few days like that. I gathered firewood, hiked trails around the area, fished a bit, cooked meals on the stove or over the fire pit outside. Every night was quiet. Every morning I woke up feeling lighter. It was the kind of quiet that got into your chest and slowed everything down. But then something changed on the 5th night. It started with a sound I didn't recognize. I was sitting on the porch around dusk, watching the shadows stretch out across the ground, when I heard something faint behind the cabin. Not in front, where I could see, but in the woods behind it. It sounded like a low dragging noise, not constant, not rhythmic, just one long drag across dry ground, then silence. Then a few seconds later, another. I got up slowly and stepped off the porch. The sun was low but not gone. I walked around the cabin and looked into the woods. I didn't see anything, just trees and underbrush. No movement, no sound. I stood still for a minute, listening. Nothing. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer dragging a hoof or something. I went back around, lit a fire in the pit, and sat with my book again. But I couldn't concentrate the same way. That dragging noise stuck in my head. Later that night, after I had gone to bed, I woke up suddenly. I didn't know why at first. I was just awake. The stove was cold. The air was freezing. I sat up in the cot and listened. My ears rang from the silence. Then I heard it again, that dragging sound. Slow and dry. Not close, but not far either. It sounded like it was in the woods behind the cabin again. I held my breath. It came again, dragging across ground or leaves, and then stopped. I didn't move. I just sat there in the dark, trying to make sense of it. If it was an animal, it was large, or heavy, or injured. It didn't make any other noise. No grunts or steps. Just that dragging sound every 10 or 15 seconds. I reached for my flashlight, clicked it on, and shined it toward the back window. Nothing, just the black outline of trees. Eventually, the sound stopped. I stayed awake until dawn, just listening. It never came closer, but it didn't go away for a long time either. I finally got a little sleep once the sun was up. I spent the whole next day walking behind the cabin, looking for tracks or anything out of place. The ground was covered in pine needles, and it was hard to tell if anything had moved through there. I found no tracks, no broken branches, no blood, nothing. That night, it happened again. This time, I had built a bigger fire in the pit and stayed up later. I wanted to hear it and maybe even see it. Around 11 p.m., I heard the dragging again. Same place, same pace. This time it sounded like it was moving in a slow circle behind the cabin, maybe 50 feet out, just beyond the line of trees. I couldn't see anything. I held the flashlight in one hand and a long metal fire poker in the other. I didn't want to use my knife unless I had to. The dragging circled for about 10 minutes, then stopped. I waited. Nothing. I backed into the cabin, locked the door, and sat against it for most of the night. I didn't sleep at all. I didn't even lie down. The dragging never came up to the cabin, but I never stopped listening. The next morning, I made a decision. I still had 4 more days in the cabin, but I was getting uneasy. I didn't want to leave, but something didn't feel right. I packed some food and water and hiked about a mile down the old logging road I drove in on. I left a ribbon on a tree at the turnoff and came back. My plan was to leave the next morning if anything strange happened again. It did. That night, I heard something brush up against the cabin wall. Not scratch, not knock, just a soft touch, a drag. It moved slowly from one side of the back wall to the other. Then I heard something hit the bottom step of the porch. One hard thump, not a footstep, just one sudden pressure, like something had leaned its weight on the bottom step. I stayed frozen in the cot, holding the flashlight and fire poker again. The noise didn't come again, just that one drag along the wall, then the single thump. I didn't sleep. When morning came, I packed everything I could fit into the truck and got ready to leave. I walked once more behind the cabin just to be sure I wasn't being paranoid. And that's when I found something. It was small but strange. A long scratch along the bark of a tree. Not a claw mark, a straight groove, almost like something metal had scraped across it, about 3 feet off the ground. The bark was fresh where it had been cut. I looked around more and found another one 20 feet away. Same height, same fresh groove. Pattern started to form. All the marks were in a curve, a wide arc, almost like something had been dragging a stick or tool in a wide path behind the cabin. I didn't wait any longer. I got in the truck and drove down the trail. It was rough going, and I bounced hard over the rocks. But I didn't care. I just wanted to get down that mountain before dark. But then something else happened. As I reached the turn where I left the ribbon, I saw something hanging from a low branch. It wasn't my ribbon. It was something else. A small strip of blue cloth tied to the branch. It looked like it had been torn from a shirt. Not faded, fresh. I stopped the truck and looked around. The woods were quiet, but I had that feeling again, like I was being watched. I kept going. I didn't stop again. When I finally reached the main road and got signal, I pulled over and sat in the truck. I checked the news. I searched for anything. Missing people, animal warnings, anything that might explain what had happened. I found a small article from 2 years ago. A hiker had gone missing in the area. No body was ever found. The search lasted 6 days. That was it. I didn't go back to that cabin. I called the rental number from the listing and told them there were strange signs on the property. The number went straight to voicemail. I reported the scratches and the cloth I saw to the local ranger office. They said they'd send someone to check it out. I don't know if they ever did. It's been 8 months since that trip. I still think about it. I try to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe an animal. Maybe someone else was camping nearby and I just never saw them. But every time I think about that dragging noise, that slow, steady circle, I get cold again. Something was out there. Something that didn't belong. Something that stayed just far enough to not be seen, but close enough to let me know it was there. And I still wonder if I left too late. I needed to get away from everything for a while. Life had been too loud. My job had gotten to a point where even weekends weren't really mine anymore. I couldn't sleep properly. I had headaches all the time. I didn't want to be around people. I wanted quiet. I wanted to be alone. So when I found an old cabin listing online that said it was tucked away in the woods of northern Idaho, with no nearby neighbors and no cell service, it felt like exactly what I was looking for. The photos made it look cozy. Not fancy, just a single-story wooden cabin with a sloped roof, a small deck, and a fire pit out front. Inside, it had one bedroom, a tiny kitchen, a wood stove, and a bathroom that ran on a septic tank. The listing said there was a small generator behind the cabin that powered basic things, lights, fridge, heater, but not much else. The water came from a well on the property, and there was a large propane tank buried behind the trees to feed the stove and heater. It was listed as a place for people who wanted to disconnect. That's what I wanted, to disconnect. From the noise, from the phone calls, from people asking things of me. I booked it for 2 weeks straight. The drive up took almost a full day. I stopped for groceries in a small town about an hour before reaching the cabin. I filled 2 coolers and several bags with food, water, and supplies. I made sure I had more than enough for the whole trip, since I didn't plan to drive back into town once I got there. The last few miles of the drive were on a rough dirt road. It twisted up into a wooded hill range, and the trees got thicker the farther I went. By the time I finally pulled up in front of the cabin, the sun was low in the sky and the air was already colder than it had been in town. The place looked just like the photos, old but clean, solid. The wood siding was faded but intact. The deck creaked when I stepped on it, but it didn't feel like it was going to give out. I unloaded everything and carried it inside. The cabin had a slight musty smell, like it hadn't been used in a while, but after opening a few windows and getting a fire going in the stove, it started to feel more comfortable. The generator hummed steadily out back, just enough to keep the lights on and the small fridge running. By the time I finished putting things away and sat down with a cup of tea, the sky had turned completely dark. The silence outside was deep. Couldn't hear cars. No hum of traffic in the distance. No planes overhead. Just wind through the trees and the occasional crack of branches. I remember thinking it was the first time in years I had felt that kind of quiet. The first night went by without anything strange. I was tired from the drive and went to bed early. The bed was firmer than I liked, but after a while I got used to it. I left the window cracked open a few inches for fresh air. The wind outside was constant, and once in a while I heard squirrels or something rustling in the woods, but nothing that made me nervous. I slept through most of the night. The second night I started hearing something new. I had just gone to bed when I heard a thump from the far corner of the cabin. It sounded like it came from under the floor. I lay still and listened. Then I heard it again. Not loud, but not just the house settling either. A steady, dull thump, like something knocking into the wood underneath. Then it stopped. I told myself it was probably a raccoon or some other animal rooting around. The cabin was raised a couple feet off the ground, and there was a crawl space under it. It made sense that some animals might live under there. Still, I got up and turned on the outside lights. I didn't see anything. The woods looked still. I went back to bed and tried not to think about it. The third night, the sounds came again. This time, there was more to it. I heard the thumping again, but it moved. First in the far corner near the kitchen, then under the hallway, then closer to the bedroom. It was like something or someone was crawling under the house. I sat up in bed and just listened. There was a moment where everything went quiet, and I thought maybe I had imagined it. Then I heard a soft scraping sound, like fingers or claws dragging across the floor from underneath. My heart was pounding. I didn't move. I waited, straining my ears. It lasted maybe 10 seconds, then stopped. Silence again. I stayed awake for another hour, but nothing else happened. The next morning, I got up and went outside. I walked around the cabin, looking at the ground. The crawl space had a small wooden hatch on one side. It was nailed shut. The nails looked old, though. I didn't see any footprints or disturbed soil. Nothing that would suggest something had been under there recently. But something had. I had heard it. That afternoon, I brought a flashlight and a crowbar outside. I pulled out the nails from the hatch and opened it. The opening was just big enough to squeeze through. I shined the flashlight inside. It was dark, and the ground was uneven. Dirt, rocks, a few patches of old insulation hanging down. The floor beams above looked solid. I didn't see any animals. No nests, no droppings. But toward the back corner, something caught my eye. A small pile of rags and what looked like bones. Tiny bones, like from squirrels or birds. I crawled inside far enough to get a closer look. It was a pile of food scraps. Bones, wrappers, crumpled food cans. All of it old and picked clean. And beside it, a blanket that had been rolled up into a mat. It looked like someone had been sleeping down there. I backed out quickly and closed the hatch. I didn't re-nail it. I just put a heavy rock on top. For the rest of the day, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Someone had been living under the cabin. Maybe recently, maybe even now. I checked the locks on all the doors and windows. Everything was still secure, but I didn't sleep well that night. The sounds came again, louder this time, and closer. I lay in bed and stared at the ceiling while the floor underneath made soft, steady tapping noises, like someone moving carefully, trying not to be heard. There was a long pause, then the sharp sound of a board creaking right under my bed. I got up and turned on every light in the cabin. I didn't care if I looked paranoid. I stood in the kitchen with the flashlight and a kitchen knife, waiting. But nothing happened. No more sounds, just silence. I barely slept that night. The next day, I made a decision. I was gonna cut my trip short. I'd already stayed longer than I should have. I packed most of my things and loaded them into the car. But when I went to start the engine, nothing happened. The battery was dead. I had left the dome light on overnight without realizing it. The cabin didn't have jumper cables. I didn't know anyone nearby to call for help. I was stuck, at least for the day. I kept my phone on me all the time, even though there was no signal. I just felt better having it in my hand. That night was the worst. I tried to stay up late. I drank coffee. I read books. I played music on a small battery speaker to distract myself. Around midnight, I heard the generator stop. At first, I thought it had run out of fuel, but I remembered filling it the day before. I went outside to check. The fuel line had been pulled loose. I reattached it and started the generator again. When I came back inside, I found the hatch to the crawl space had been pushed open. The rock I had placed on top was lying on its side, and the wooden cover was half open. I closed it again, this time shoving a steel rod through the latch and locking it from the outside. I didn't care what it took. I wasn't letting anyone or anything get back in there. I went back inside and locked the door. I sat in the corner with a flashlight and waited. At some point, I must have dozed off. I woke up to the sound of something breathing. Not outside, inside. The sound was soft and wet, like someone breathing through their mouth just a few feet away. I sat up slowly. My eyes adjusted to the dark. The flashlight was on the floor. I reached for it and turned it on. The beam of light passed across the room. Nothing. I turned slowly. Then I saw the trapdoor in the bedroom floor. I hadn't noticed it before. It was tucked under the edge of a rug. It had a small metal handle, and now it was cracked open. I walked over slowly and pulled the rug aside. The hatch had been opened from below. I hadn't even realized there was a second entrance to the crawl space. I lifted it carefully and shined the flashlight down. The space underneath was empty, but I saw footprints. Bare, dirty footprints leading away through the dirt. And another rolled-up blanket. A half-eaten apple. A box of matches. Someone had been living under the cabin for days. Maybe longer. Eating my food. Watching me through the floorboards. Moving around at night when I slept. Hiding when I was awake. I slammed the trapdoor shut and moved a piece of furniture on top of it. I didn't sleep again that night. In the morning, I went outside and started walking. I walked for miles down the road until I finally reached a ranger station. I explained everything. They didn't seem surprised. They said they'd had reports before. People disappearing into the woods. Off-grid squatters. Hermits. Some of them harmless. Some of them not. When I returned to the cabin with one of the rangers, the place was empty. No sign of anyone. I never thought I'd spend 3 weeks alone in a cabin out in the forest, especially not the kind of thick, old-growth woods where sunlight barely cuts through the top. I'd been looking for a reset, and my friend Jason offered me his uncle's old place. A small log cabin deep in northern Montana that hadn't been used in almost a year. I needed quiet, time to think, and a break from the internet. My job had been draining me dry. The city was too loud, too fast. I told myself I needed peace. I thought being alone out there would help me feel more grounded, more in control. I thought I was going out there to fix my head. I got to the place in mid-September, just as the air started getting colder at night, but not cold enough to need snow gear. The drive was long and tiring, but I didn't mind that part. I was used to sitting in traffic for hours back home, so a 10-hour road trip across open country was almost therapeutic. I stopped for gas just before I hit the long gravel road that twisted through the trees for what felt like an hour. I didn't see any houses on the way in, just thick woods pressing in close to both sides, tall and shadowy, making you feel like the whole world shrunk to just your car, the gravel, and the dark green blur on either side. The cabin was smaller than I imagined. 1 bedroom, a small kitchen, and a living area with an old fireplace. The wooden porch sagged a little on one side, and there were leaves piled around the edges of the place like no one had touched it for months, which they hadn't. Jason had told me there was no power out there, but the water still worked, and there was a propane stove and lanterns. I brought plenty of supplies, canned food, dry goods, and a cooler with a bunch of ice blocks for perishables. I figured I'd hike some, write in a notebook, sleep a lot, and basically disappear from the world for a few weeks. The first couple of days were perfect. Quiet. The kind of quiet that feels heavy on your skin. It wasn't peaceful, though. It was more like being wrapped in silence that made every creak of wood or snap of a twig outside feel huge. I walked a lot during the day, staying close to the cabin, learning the paths around it. I saw deer tracks, once a moose print in the soft mud near the creek, and signs of raccoons around the trash bins. I had a routine. Wake up when the light came in through the dusty windows, heat water for instant coffee, walk, write, read, eat, repeat. But it wasn't long before things started feeling off. I remember it clearly, the 4th night. I was sitting near the fireplace with my headlamp on, scribbling something into the notebook when I heard what sounded like something large brushing against the far wall of the cabin. Not scratching or banging, just a long drag like a big body or some thick fabric sliding along the outside. I froze. I waited. Then silence. Total silence. I stayed still for almost an hour just listening. But nothing else happened. The next morning I went out to check. Nothing was there. No marks on the wall. I told myself it was probably a bear rubbing against the wood or maybe a fallen branch sliding down the side. But after that night, the woods didn't feel the same. When I went walking the next day, I noticed something weird about the trees to the north of the cabin. A few of them had old chains hanging from the branches. Rusted metal links, thick and heavy, maybe 8 feet long, just dangling there like someone had forgotten them. Some had tree bark growing around them, like they'd been there for years. Others looked newer. One was attached to a trunk with a big bolt drilled straight into the wood, the end hanging loose and swaying a little. There were 4 or 5 of them in a tight little area, maybe 30 feet across. No signs, no logging gear, no fences, Nothing to explain why someone would hang chains in the middle of the woods like that. It gave me a sick feeling in my stomach. I turned around and walked straight back to the cabin. I didn't write that day. I just sat on the porch, staring out into the trees, trying to shake the feeling that I was being watched. It wasn't paranoia exactly. More like the feeling you get when you walk into a room and instantly know someone was just there. The sounds started the following night. It was late, couldn't sleep. I kept hearing short, sharp clinking noises out in the woods, like metal tapping on metal. Not constantly, just every now and then. First, it would be dead quiet, then a single clink, then nothing for minutes, then another, sometimes closer, sometimes farther away. I stayed up all night listening, straining my ears, trying to figure out if it was an animal, the wind, or maybe something shifting in the trees. That morning, I found deep prints in the soft dirt about 15 feet from the back of the cabin. They weren't clear shoe prints, more like deep ovals, heavy enough to press down 2 inches into the ground. I hadn't walked back there in days. I measured one with my hand. It was wider than my palm. The path they made was slow, irregular, like someone or something had been dragging their feet. I followed them for a while, but they stopped near a tree. No more tracks, no scuffs, no broken branches. The day after that, I stayed inside. It got colder that night. I had to wear 2 shirts and a beanie to bed, and I still woke up around 3 a.m. shivering. That's when I saw the light. A single flicker of orange firelight far off through the trees, like someone had lit a torch or lantern maybe 100 yards out. I got up, turned off my headlamp, and watched from the window. The light moved slowly between the trees, not like a vehicle or someone walking. It was too steady, too low to the ground. I watched it for maybe 5 minutes before it disappeared behind a ridge. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next day, I went out and hiked toward the area where I saw the light. It was hard to tell exactly where it had been, but after about an hour of wandering around, I found something that didn't belong. A big metal stake hammered into the ground and a rusted shackle lying next to it. Not new, but not old enough to be buried or hidden. It was just sitting there. I looked around. No campsite, no signs of recent fire, just the shackle and stake like someone had forgotten them or left in a hurry. I walked back quickly. Every time a squirrel ran across the forest floor or a branch snapped somewhere above, I flinched. I had that same crawling feeling on my skin the whole way. The feeling that someone was behind me, watching. I stopped turning around after the 5th time. I didn't want to know. Back at the cabin, I tried to tell myself it was logging equipment or maybe some old hunting stuff, but it didn't fit. It was too far from the road, too hidden, and there were no tree markings, no signs of land management. That night, I pushed the couch against the front door and kept a hatchet next to me. I kept the lights off. I didn't want to be seen. It was the 8th night when it got worse. I was lying in bed trying to stay awake when I heard the dragging again. The same slow, scraping sound along the wall. Then silence. Then I heard breathing. Not loud, not obvious, but deep and heavy. I held my breath to hear it better. It was coming from just outside the window near the bed. I didn't move. I didn't blink. I just lay there listening to it. Then the breathing stopped. A long minute passed. Then the smallest sound, a tap on the glass. Just one. Light and careful, like someone was seeing if I'd react. I didn't move all night. When daylight finally came, I went outside with my hatchet and looked around the window. There were smudges on the glass, wide, greasy streaks like the side of a face or maybe fingers had pressed against it. On the ground below, the same wide oval tracks. I should have left. Any normal person would have, but I was too stubborn. I kept telling myself it was all in my head, that maybe I was letting the isolation get to me. I made coffee and tried to sit outside like it was a normal morning, but I kept looking at the trees, kept thinking about the chains, about the shackle, about the light. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the center of the cabin with the lantern turned low and my back to the wall. At one point, I heard soft footsteps on the gravel near the back door, then something metal dragging again. But it didn't come closer. It just circled the cabin slowly, over and over, until the sky started to lighten. The next morning, I found a mark carved into the wood of the porch post. A single deep X with something sharp, not a random scratch, a deliberate mark. I stared at it for a long time. Then I packed my bags. I shoved everything into my duffel, threw it into the car, and didn't even bother to clean up. I started the car and backed out fast, nearly taking out a wooden railing on the way. I didn't stop to check the trees, didn't look for more tracks. I just drove. As I left the gravel road and hit pavement again, I glanced back once in the rearview mirror. Just woods, still dark and deep, but I thought I saw something glinting, a single rusted chain swinging slightly in the breeze. I didn't tell Jason what happened. I just said the cabin was too quiet, that I got bored. But when I got home, I started researching the area. I found an old article from 1997 about a missing man last seen hiking in the same woods. No trace of him ever found. Another article from 2003 about a search for 2 hunters who vanished in that region. The authorities blamed wild animals, but one sentence stood out. One of the searchers mentioned finding a circle of I didn't even plan to stay in the cabin when the idea first came to me. It started out simple. I had some time off work, almost 2 weeks, and for the first time in over a year, I wanted to be somewhere quiet. No phones, no traffic, no neighbors' dogs barking at 2 a.m., and no endless scrolling that made time disappear without me even realizing it. I wanted real quiet, the kind of quiet that presses on your ears until even your own breathing feels loud. The kind of quiet that forces you to just sit and think. I found the cabin on an old listing site that hadn't been updated in a while. It was owned by some guy who had moved out of the country a few years back. The listing was still up, but it looked abandoned. No new reviews, no fancy descriptions, just a few blurry photos showing a small log cabin surrounded by trees. It sat deep in the woods, somewhere in the northern part of the state, almost brushing the border of Canada. The road leading up to it was unpaved, and the nearest town was over 30 miles away. It sounded perfect. The owner still had his email on the listing. I messaged him. 2 days later, I got a short reply. Asterisk cabin's still there. Nobody uses it anymore. If you want to stay, go ahead. Bring what you need. No electricity, no water, just the cabin and the woods. Asterisk. Sounded too easy, but I didn't question it. I didn't even think twice. I packed everything I thought I'd need: dry food, a camping stove, a sleeping bag, a water purifier, extra clothes, first aid stuff, a knife, a lantern, backup batteries, and my old .22 rifle that I'd used during squirrel hunting trips with my uncle when I was a teenager. I also brought a hand-cranked radio just in case. I figured if something serious happened, I'd at least want to know what direction to start walking. The drive took me most of the day. By the time I reached the end of the gravel road, it was late afternoon. I had to park my truck on the shoulder because the path to the cabin was too narrow for it to fit through. I threw my backpack on, carried the rest in my arms, and hiked the final 2 miles. The trees swallowed me quickly. They grew thick and wild on both sides of the path, leaning toward each other like they were whispering secrets. It wasn't scary at first, just different. I hadn't seen anything untouched like this in a long time. When I finally reached the cabin, it looked just like the pictures. Small, square, and weather-worn, like it had been sitting there for decades, forgotten. The windows were dusty, the wooden steps creaked when I stepped on them, and the front door stuck like it hadn't been opened in months. Inside was just one big room, a bed frame with no mattress, a small cast iron stove in the corner, some old shelves with rusty cans and spider webs, and a wooden table that leaned slightly to one side. There was no bathroom, just an outhouse about 20 yards behind the cabin, down a little hill. The place smelled like dry wood and dead leaves. I cleaned up as best I could, swept the floor, cleared the shelves, and set up my sleeping bag near the stove. I unpacked my food, set up my water purifier next to the nearby stream I found behind the hill, and made a little fire in the stove with the dry wood I gathered. The temperature dropped fast after sunset. It was only the beginning of October, but it felt like late November out here. The first few days were uneventful. I'd wake up early, go for long walks into the woods, sometimes hike out to the ridgeline where I could see miles of treetops stretching in every direction. I'd cook simple meals: rice, beans, canned vegetables, then spend the evenings reading, writing in a notebook, or just listening to the wind in the trees. No phone, no music, just nature. The silence wasn't uncomfortable. It was almost soothing. On the fourth night, something changed. It was close to midnight. I was lying in my sleeping bag with the lantern off, just listening to the wind tapping against the walls. Then I heard something outside. At first, I thought it was a raccoon or maybe a deer, but then I heard slow, heavy footsteps. Deliberate, careful, like someone trying not to be heard. They circled the cabin once, crunching softly over fallen leaves and twigs. I held my breath. The sound stopped near the front door. I stared at the dark ceiling, waiting. Nothing. No knock. No voices. Just silence again. The next morning, I found fresh footprints in the dirt right outside the cabin. Not boots. Not sneakers. Bare feet. Human. Medium-sized. Toes visible in the soft soil. No drag marks, no signs of shoes. Just barefoot human prints leading from the woods to the door, and then looping around back the way they came. I stood staring at them for a long time. My first thought was that maybe someone was messing with me. A local, maybe a hunter, someone who knew about the cabin. But who the hell walks barefoot through a forest full of thorns, rocks, and God knows what else in the cold? I didn't see or hear anything else that day. Still, I started keeping the rifle closer. By the sixth day, I was on edge. I felt like I was being watched. Sometimes I'd pause during my walks and hear branches cracking in the distance behind me. One morning, I found a dead squirrel nailed to the front of the cabin door. Clean through its middle, not chewed, not torn apart, just dead and hanging there like someone had left a message. I took it down, burned it in the fire pit, and tried to forget about it. But I couldn't. That night, I kept the fire going until it died out on its own around 3 a.m. I heard the footsteps again. They came closer this time. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. I just clutched the rifle and stared at the door. Then I heard scratching, light, careful, like fingernails against wood. I waited until sunrise before I opened the door. There was nothing there. No prints, no damage, just the same woods, the same trees. On the 8th day, I decided to hike back to my truck, thinking maybe I should leave early. I wasn't scared exactly, just uneasy. I reached the spot where I'd parked it, but it was gone. No tire marks, no broken branches, nothing. It was like it had never been there. I stood in that spot for almost an hour, trying to figure out if I had taken a wrong turn or if someone had actually come all the way out here and stolen my truck. It didn't make sense. There were no roads, no easy way in or out. I checked the area in a wide circle, even climbed a low ridge to look around. Nothing. I walked back to the cabin slowly, stomach twisted in knots. I felt exposed, like something had changed, like whatever had been watching me was now playing with me. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the stove with the rifle across my knees, listening. Every creak made my heart race. Around 2 a.m., I heard something tapping on the window, just once. Then silence. I waited another hour before creeping over and shining my flashlight outside. Nothing. But when I looked at the window, I saw smudges on the glass. Not fingerprints exactly, more like streaks, like someone had pressed their face against the window and breathed on it. The days blurred after that. I didn't eat much. I stayed close to the cabin. I didn't go for walks anymore. I started marking the trees around the cabin with white cloth from my spare shirts, trying to create some kind of perimeter, trying to feel in control. But every morning I'd wake up and find some of the cloths missing. Not all of them, just one or two. Like someone was telling me they knew exactly where I was, what I was doing, and that I couldn't stop them. On the 10th night, I found a pile of stones on the front porch. Smooth, round, stacked perfectly. I knocked them over and threw the stones into the woods. The next morning, the pile was back. Bigger this time. Taller. With the same stones. The same smooth ones I had thrown into the trees. That's when I stopped trying to deny it. Someone was here, and they didn't want me to leave. I thought about walking to the nearest town, but I didn't even know which way to go. I had no map, no GPS, and I wasn't even sure where the main road was anymore. I thought about following the stream, but the land was too uneven, too dense with brush. I would have never made it more than 5 miles with the supplies I had left. By day 12, I had decided to stay up all night and see if I could finally catch whoever it was. I sat near the door with the rifle loaded, finger on the trigger. I didn't blink. I didn't even breathe too loud. Hours passed. Then around 4 a.m., I saw a shape move between the trees. Just a flash, tall, human-shaped, watching me through the gaps. When I aimed the rifle, it ducked. I ran outside and fired a shot into the woods. Silence. Then a soft laugh, just one. Sharp and short, like a single breath exhaled through the nose. Not loud, not close, but enough to freeze my blood. I didn't go back to sleep. I didn't even go back inside. I sat on the porch, rifle across my lap, eyes wide. The next morning, something changed again. I woke up with dirt under my fingernails and dried blood on my left palm. I didn't remember falling asleep. I didn't remember getting hurt. I looked at my hand. A small cut, maybe from a rock. Then I noticed something new. A knife was sticking out of the table inside the cabin. It wasn't mine. It was long, old, the blade. I don't like telling this story, and I've never told it out loud. I'm only writing it down now because it's been almost 4 years, and even though it still plays in my mind sometimes, I think maybe writing about it will get it out of my system. I don't think about it every day anymore, but sometimes when I see a tree line in the distance or the sun sets a certain way through the woods, I feel it all over again. I never went back to that place. I never will. It happened in late October. I had taken some time off from my job in the city. I was working in an office back then, just a boring data entry job that didn't pay much but kept me busy. Life was getting heavy. Too much noise, too many people, too many things happening around me that I couldn't control. So I thought some quiet time away from everything would help. A guy I knew from college, Brandon, owned this small cabin deep in the woods of northern Minnesota. It had been his grandfather's before him, and he barely used it anymore. He'd mentioned it to me a couple of times when we caught up online. I messaged him and he said sure I could use it for a week. Gave me the directions, warned me there was no cell signal out there, and said there was a little lake nearby and a generator if I needed power. I packed some supplies, food, and gear, drove most of the day, then took the last few miles down some old gravel road through thick woods. When I finally got there, the cabin looked just like I expected. Small, wooden, weathered, but solid. It had a deck on the front, a small woodpile stacked against the side, a fire pit about 10 yards away, and trees in every direction. Thick woods. It was already getting cold by the time I arrived, and the sun was dropping behind the trees. Inside, the place was simple but cozy. A small bed pushed into the corner, a table, a wood stove, a counter with an old propane stove, and a few shelves with old pots and dry food that had probably expired a decade ago. I brought my own stuff anyway. There was a small window near the table, another above the bed, and one above the kitchen area. No curtains, just glass and trees outside. The first night was fine, cold, but peaceful. I lit a fire in the stove and unpacked my gear. I brought a small battery-powered radio, a bunch of paperbacks, and a flashlight. I read for a while, ate canned chili, and then just sat there, listening to the quiet. No traffic, no phones, just whined through the trees. That first night, I slept surprisingly well. The second day, I went down to the lake. It was maybe half a mile through the trees, down a faint trail that had probably been carved out by deer or the original owner of the cabin. The lake was small but beautiful, with mist hovering over the surface and nothing but pine trees all around. I skipped stones for a while, then sat on a rock and just stared out at the water. I stayed at the lake until the sun started to dip. On the walk back, I noticed something odd. Near the trail, maybe 50 feet off to the right, I saw what looked like an old metal object, half buried in the moss. I walked over and saw it was an old camping stove, rusted, beat up, probably left there years ago. I looked around, wondering who had camped there. The trees were thick, the brush undisturbed. No tent, no fire pit, just the stove and a shredded tarp half covered in leaves. I figured someone had passed through, maybe gotten rained out and left it behind. It wasn't strange, just felt out of place. But I didn't think too much of it. That night I couldn't sleep as well. The wind was louder. The trees creaked. I kept hearing what sounded like crunching outside, branches snapping, maybe deer moving through the brush. But I reminded myself I was in the woods. It was normal. I'd brought a small hatchet and a hunting knife with me, just in case. I left the hatchet beside the bed, just within reach. It made me feel better. On the third day, I walked a different direction from the cabin, just exploring. No trail, just moving slowly between trees and trying not to trip on roots. After maybe 20 minutes, I came across what looked like a really old hunting blind. Just a small wooden platform with a rotted chair up on 4 wooden stilts, half collapsed. There were beer cans underneath, crushed and rusted. I stood there a while, then headed back. That evening, I built a small fire in the pit outside and sat on a log, watching the flames. I heard an owl somewhere far off. More wind through the branches. I thought about how peaceful it all was, how simple life could be. I didn't realize until it was almost pitch black that I'd stayed out longer than I meant to. I stomped out the fire and went inside. I shut the door, locked it, and checked the windows out of habit. That night, I woke up at around 2:30 a.m. I had no clock, but I checked the time on my watch, which glowed when I pressed a button. I wasn't sure what woke me. At first, it was just quiet. Then I heard it again. Footsteps outside. Slow, crunching leaves. Not a deer, not a squirrel. Heavier, measured. I froze in bed, barely breathing. The sound moved past the window above the kitchen. I didn't see anything, just darkness. Then it stopped. I stayed still for maybe 10 minutes, heart pounding. Then I slowly got out of bed and crept toward the door. I listened. Nothing. I unlocked it slowly and stepped out, flashlight in one hand, hatchet in the other. I didn't turn the light on yet. I let my eyes adjust. The woods were black. I waited, then clicked the light on and swept it in a wide arc. Nothing, just trees. I stood there for what felt like forever, waiting for some movement. I thought maybe it had been a bear or a moose, but it sounded like footsteps, 2 legs, and not running, walking. I went back inside, locked the door again, and didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat on the bed, gripping the hatchet. The next day, I tried to tell myself I was imagining things. Maybe my brain played tricks on me. I decided to stay close to the cabin. I chopped some firewood, made lunch, read a book. Around sunset, I walked the perimeter of the clearing the cabin sat in, just circling slowly, keeping my eyes on the trees. Then I saw it. A tree maybe 30 feet from the cabin had something carved into it. A big slash, then another, then what looked like the letter K carved deep into the bark. It wasn't there before. I would have noticed. It looked fresh, not years old. I walked up and touched it, still rough, bits of bark on the ground. I backed away slowly. My stomach tightened. I didn't go back outside again that night. I ate cold food from a can, sat by the window with the flashlight off, staring into the woods. At one point, I thought I saw movement between the trees, but it was too dark to be sure. I didn't sleep again that night. I just waited for morning. By the 5th day, I had decided to leave. I packed my gear in a rush, tossing things into my bag without folding or organizing. I felt watched. I couldn't shake the feeling. When I stepped out onto the porch, I saw footprints in the dirt. Not mine, bigger, boots, leading from the edge of the trees to the side of the cabin, then back again. I walked fast to my car. It was parked just off the old gravel road, down a narrow path. But when I got there, my heart sank. All 4 tires were flat. Not just flat, slashed. Deep, clean cuts. Not chewed by animals. Deliberate. I stood there, staring at them, stunned. I turned slowly, scanning the trees. My chest felt tight. I couldn't breathe properly. I walked back to the cabin, pulled the heavy wooden table in front of the door, and barricaded myself inside. I stayed in there for hours. No power, no phone, just me, the hatchet, and the knife. I thought maybe someone was messing with me, maybe some local hunter, a prank, but it didn't feel like that. It felt targeted, personal, like someone had been waiting. That night, around 11, I heard the footsteps again. Not fast, not loud, just slow, deliberate pacing around the cabin. I killed the lights and sat on the floor with my back to the wall, holding the knife. I heard breathing outside the wall, soft, then fingers tapping on the glass above the kitchen. Tap, tap, tap. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. Then the tapping stopped. Minutes passed, then footsteps again, then silence. I stayed on the floor until dawn. I didn't sleep. I just stared at the door, waiting for it to break open. When the sun rose, I grabbed my bag, took the hatchet, and started walking. I didn't care where. I followed the gravel road, hoping it would eventually connect to something real. I walked for hours. The road was rough and curved endlessly, but I kept going. By late afternoon, I reached an old hunting shack, boarded up, abandoned, but there was a truck parked outside. I knocked on the door. No answer. The truck was rusted, tires flat. Useless, but there was a cooler in the bed with 2 sealed bottles of water. I took one and kept walking. By nightfall, I finally heard the sound of an engine in the distance. I got to a junction where the gravel met a paved road. A truck passed. I waved it down like a maniac. The guy... It was early November when I decided I had to get away. My head hadn't been right for months. I was sleeping too little, thinking too much. My job was a mess. My phone never stopped buzzing. Everything felt like it was piling up, and I couldn't breathe anymore in that 1-bedroom apartment in the middle of the city. I needed space. I needed to think. More than anything, I needed silence. That's when I remembered my uncle's old cabin. It had been empty for years, ever since he passed. I wasn't close to him, and most of the family just let the place rot. It was way out near the base of some thick woods in northern Montana. Quiet, cut off, and almost forgotten. No Wi-Fi, no cell signal. Just a couple of dirt roads, a short hike, and you were there. It sounded perfect. I got the key from my dad, packed a duffel bag with just enough for a week, and hit the road that same weekend. The drive took a day and a half. The highways were long and lonely, and by the time I turned off the main road and started onto the dirt trail that led into the trees, the sun was already slipping down behind the hills. I had to park about a mile from the cabin because the road past that point had washed out years ago. I didn't mind walking. The air was cold and sharp, and the trees were still shedding orange leaves that crunched under my boots. It actually felt nice for the first time in a while. By the time I reached the cabin, it was almost dark. The place looked older than I remembered. The roof sagged a little in the middle and the windows were dusty, but the structure itself seemed solid. No graffiti, no broken glass, just forgotten. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside. The air was dry and stale, like a room that hadn't been opened in a long time. But it was quiet, really quiet. There was one main room with a stone fireplace, an old couch covered in a thick sheet, and a wooden table off to the side. A small kitchen sat at the back with a rusted sink and a propane stove. The bedroom was down a short hall with a tiny bathroom next to it. Nothing fancy, just walls, a roof, and the kind of silence I had been craving for months. That first night, I unpacked what little I brought. Some canned food, a flashlight, a knife, a couple of paperbacks, and a thick sleeping bag. There was no electricity, but I found a box of old candles in one of the kitchen drawers. I lit a few, set them around the room, and ate a cold can of beans while sitting on the floor. It was dead silent outside. Not even wind, just black trees and cold air pressing against the walls. It felt a little eerie, but I figured I was just adjusting. The next morning, I woke up before sunrise. The cold had gotten into my bones. I could see my breath. I didn't sleep much, but I didn't feel tired either. I boiled some water on the stove and had instant coffee while watching the pale gray light spread across the floor. It was peaceful. I sat there for a while, not thinking about work, not thinking about anything. Really? I just let my brain rest for the first time in months. After that, I went outside and walked around the cabin a bit. The woods behind it were thick but beautiful. There were no signs of animals or people, just a lot of quiet trees. I didn't plan on hiking far. I just wanted to stay close to the cabin and get familiar with the area. I found an old fire pit a few yards out from the back porch and a stack of logs nearby that were dry enough to burn. I figured I'd make a fire later. The days passed slowly. I settled into a kind of rhythm. Coffee in the morning, reading in the afternoon, short walks through the woods, and then a fire at night. I didn't use my phone once. I didn't need it. The quiet was finally sinking in. But things started to feel a little off around the third night. I was sitting by the fire outside, bundled up in my coat, staring into the flames. It was cold enough that I didn't want to stay out long, but I liked the sound of the crackling wood. Then I heard something behind me, just a quick snap, like a twig breaking under pressure. I turned fast, heart jumping, but I didn't see anything, just trees. I stood there for a long minute, staring into the dark, but nothing moved. I told myself it was just a falling branch or some small animal and went back inside. The next morning, I noticed something strange. There were footprints in the frost around the side of the cabin. Not boot prints, bare feet. Human. I crouched down and looked at them closely. They were small, maybe the size of a child's foot, and they led from the edge of the trees right up to the wall of the cabin, then disappeared. I checked the door. Still locked. Windows, too. Everything was just like I left it. I stood there for a while, staring at those prints, trying to make sense of them. Who would be barefoot out here in this cold? And why would they come up to the cabin? I told myself it had to be old. Maybe something left over from the summer. Maybe I hadn't noticed it the day before, but it didn't sit right. That night, I didn't build a fire outside. I stayed in and locked the door. I lit some candles and sat on the couch reading, but I kept glancing at the windows. There were no curtains, and the blackness outside felt heavier than usual, like something was pressing in from the woods. Around midnight, I heard it again. Another snap, then a thud, like something bumped the side of the cabin. I turned off the candle and sat still, holding my breath. The sound came again, this time softer, like shuffling, then nothing. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed in my sleeping bag with the flashlight in my hand, eyes fixed on the door. Morning couldn't come fast enough. When it finally did, I checked around the cabin again. This time there were more prints, still barefoot but not small like before. These were bigger, wider, and heavier. The frost was disturbed in a wide circle near the back wall, like someone had been standing there a long time. I walked out to the edge of the woods, following the trail. It only went a few yards before disappearing. No tracks going further, no prints leaving, just a stop. Like whoever it was had just vanished. I stood there, staring into the trees, feeling something deep in my gut twist. I was being watched. I knew it. I couldn't prove it, but I knew it. I stayed inside the rest of the day. I kept the knife next to me and didn't light any candles after dark. I didn't want to be seen. That night, it got worse. I heard footsteps on the porch. Not fast ones. Slow. Careful, like someone trying not to make noise. I held my breath and sat up. The floor creaked outside, one slow step at a time. Then it stopped. Something scraped against the door. Not knocking, not banging, just a slow drag of something across the wood. I sat there in the dark, shaking, clutching the knife. I didn't move for an hour. I didn't even blink. When the sound finally stopped, I waited another 2 hours before I dared to light a candle. In the morning, the door had scratch marks on it. 3 long lines, like from fingers or nails, dragged downward. Not deep, but fresh. I had enough. I packed my bag in 5 minutes, grabbed everything I brought, and headed straight down the trail back to my car. I didn't care about the food or the books. I just needed to leave. But the trail looked different. I don't know how to explain it. It wasn't blocked or anything, but it felt wrong, like the trees had shifted somehow, leaned in closer. I kept walking, forcing myself not to stop. I didn't hear anything behind me, but I could feel it, like something was following just out of sight. When I reached the spot where I had left the car, my heart dropped. The windshield was shattered, and both front tires were slashed. Deep, deliberate gashes. Not from rocks or animals, someone had done it with a blade. I was 20 miles from the nearest town. No cell signal. No one knew I was here. I had 2 choices: go back to the cabin or keep walking down the road. I chose the road. I walked for hours. The sun was starting to dip again, and the cold was getting worse. My legs ached. My throat was dry. I kept expecting to hear footsteps behind me, but all I heard was the wind. When I finally saw headlights coming around a bend, I stepped into the road and waved like a madman. It was a forest ranger truck. The guy inside looked at me like I was a ghost. I must have looked rough, dirty, wide-eyed, shaking. I told him my car had been attacked, that someone was out there near the cabin. He took me to the station, and a couple of officers drove out to check the place. They found the cabin empty. No prints, no scratches, nothing. Even the car looked untouched. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I never went back. I never told my family. I quit my job and moved back to the city. The silence didn't help. It made it worse. Whatever was out there, it wasn't a ghost or a monster. It was a person. A quiet, patient person who didn't want me there. Someone who had been watching from the woods. Someone who never left a trace. That kind of thing doesn't go away. And sometimes, in the middle of the night, I still hear footsteps on my porch. I needed to get away for a while. Life back in the city had started to grind me down in ways I didn't even notice until it all just hit me at once. Work stress, traffic, neighbors I couldn't stand, and that constant feeling of being trapped in a place that never shut up. I wanted silence. Not the kind of silence where you still hear people upstairs or cars outside, but real silence. Nature, trees, wind, maybe some birds. That was all I needed. So I booked a small cabin way up north. It wasn't one of those fancy, luxury off-grid experiences either. It was just a plain old cabin, tucked far back in the woods of northern Minnesota, near the Canadian border. It was owned by some retired guy who rented it out online for cheap. The listing said it had no cell service, no internet, and no running water, but it had a wood stove, a small creek nearby, and a few basic supplies. I figured it would be good for a week, just enough time to clear my head. I drove up on a Monday morning. The roads narrowed as I got further north, and by the time I hit the last 30 miles, I was mostly alone. Just me, the trees, and the winding gravel path my GPS told me to follow. After a few wrong turns and some creeping doubt, I finally reached the cabin. It was smaller than I expected. Just a square box with a metal roof and a tiny porch. There was a shed off to the side, partially covered in pine needles. A big pile of firewood sat under a tarp nearby. No neighbors in sight. Nothing but trees in every direction. This was what I wanted. The air smelled like damp leaves and pine sap. The quiet buzzed in my ears after so many years of background noise. I unpacked the truck and carried everything inside. The inside was simple. One big room with a small kitchen area, a wood stove, a bed tucked into the corner, and a table with 2 chairs. The windows were covered with thick old curtains, and the floor creaked a little under my feet. Felt old but strong, like it had survived a lot of winters. After getting everything set up, I went outside to explore. Behind the cabin was a slope that led down to a narrow creek. The water was cold and clean, surrounded by rocks and thick underbrush. The trees here grew close together, tall pines and bare birches that creaked in the wind. The sun was starting to set, so I gathered some kindling, got a fire going in the stove, and settled in for the night. That first night was peaceful. I ate some canned soup I brought, read a book by flashlight, and fell asleep early. I remember waking up once in the night to silence so deep it felt like pressure in my ears. I could hear my own heartbeat. I stared at the ceiling for a while, letting my eyes adjust to the dark, then drifted off again. The next few days went by slow. I went for hikes during the day, following animal trails and listening to the wind in the branches. I saw deer once and plenty of squirrels, but nothing dangerous. I kept my bear spray on me anyway. The forest here felt untouched, like no one had walked through it in years. That was both comforting and a little unnerving. By the 4th day, something started to feel off. It wasn't anything big at first, just little things. I came back from a hike and found the axe had been moved from the chopping block to the side of the shed. I thought maybe I had left it there and forgotten, but I was pretty sure I hadn't. The next day, I found footprints in the damp dirt behind the cabin, bare feet, no shoes. They were old, maybe a day or two, but they weren't mine. I tried to tell myself maybe it was some hiker passing through, or maybe the owner had come by. But the cabin was supposed to be miles from any other trail or home. I didn't sleep much that night. I sat up in bed with the lantern on low, listening. Every creak of the wood, every gust of wind outside made my skin tighten. I didn't hear anything unusual, but that didn't stop my mind from inventing things. I kept thinking about those footprints. How long had someone been out there? Were they watching me now? The next morning, I walked a slow circle around the cabin, looking for more signs. About 30 feet into the woods, I found another footprint. This one was fresher. I could see the details of the toes. It was a man's foot, big, white, no shoes. The ground was cold, nights were getting close to freezing. Whoever it was had no reason to be barefoot out here unless they were not in their right mind. That's when I started keeping the hatchet inside with me. I thought about leaving early, but the truck was parked on a rough path that took over an hour just to reach the nearest dirt road. I figured if someone wanted to harm me, they'd have done it already. Maybe it was just some crazy hermit who lived out here and didn't like people near his land. I kept the fire going late that night and tried to read, but I kept looking at the windows. On the 5th night, I heard something just after midnight. It wasn't the wind. It was slow, dragging footsteps outside. I froze, lantern off, heart thudding so hard I thought it might shake the floor. I could hear someone moving through the leaves, slow, deliberate, circling the cabin. I sat on the bed in the dark, holding the hatchet with both hands. The steps moved around to the side, then toward the back. I didn't hear any knocking or trying the door, just walking. Then it stopped. I waited. 5 minutes. 10. I didn't move. After a while, I got up and crept to the window. I didn't open the curtain all the way, just lifted a corner. I saw nothing, but when I checked in the morning, there were new prints in the dirt. Bare feet again all around the cabin. Clothes, some just inches from the walls. One of them was pointed right at the window I'd looked through, like whoever it was had been staring back. I was done. I packed everything that morning. I didn't care that I'd paid for 2 more nights. I loaded the truck and started driving back, but 20 minutes down the trail, I got stuck. The rain from the night before had turned part of the path into deep, muddy ruts. My tires just spun. I spent 2 hours trying to dig myself out with a flat shovel I had in the truck bed. No luck. I was sweating, covered in mud, and getting more panicked by the minute. I had no phone service, no GPS, and it was too far to walk out before dark. I'd have to hike back to the cabin for the night and try again in the morning. I didn't want to. Every part of me screamed not to go back. But I didn't have a choice. I reached the cabin again just as the sun dipped behind the trees. The inside felt colder now. I built a small fire, locked the door, and pushed the table in front of it. I sat in the chair with the hatchet in my lap, jumping at every noise. The woods outside had gone still. Around 2 in the morning, I heard a thud against the back wall. Not a knock, a dull, heavy impact. Then nothing. I didn't move. I just stared at the door, breathing slow and shallow. Then another thud, closer this time. I imagined someone walking slowly around, hitting the cabin with their shoulder or a piece of wood. Then I heard the shed door creak open. I had locked it days ago when I arrived. I knew I had, but the sound of the wooden door scraping against its hinges was clear. I stayed awake until dawn, but I didn't go outside. When the sun finally came up, I checked the shed. The door was wide open. Inside, one of the firewood tools had been taken, a heavy iron wedge, the kind used to split logs. It was gone. Everything else was in place. No signs of animals. No signs of a break-in. Just that one thing missing. I hiked back to the truck with the hatchet strapped to my belt. I prayed the ground had dried a bit, and after more shoving, pushing, and spinning the wheels with branches under them, the truck finally lurched forward. I didn't stop. I drove without blinking, gripping the wheel until my hands hurt, heart racing the whole time. It took 4 hours before I got back to a paved road. Another hour until I had signal again. I pulled over and sat there in the truck, just letting myself breathe. I reported it to the sheriff's office when I got into the next town. I didn't think they'd do much, but I told them everything. About the footprints, the noises, the shed. One of the deputies just nodded slowly and said something about drifters or old squatters that lived out in the woods sometimes. They said they'd send someone to check the area, but I never heard back. Weeks passed. I tried to forget. I told myself it was just someone passing through, or maybe a hermit who meant no harm. But then something happened that stuck with me. One morning, about 2 months later, I found something on my doorstep back in the city. It was the iron wedge from the cabin shed. Dirty, rusted, wrapped in a piece of bark with twine. No note, no markings, nothing else. I moved the next week. I haven't been back to the woods since. I had been needing a break for a long time. Life was wearing me down in a way I couldn't explain to people around me. Work was the usual mess. Long hours, same boring routines, and people who didn't care much about anything besides deadlines. The city felt like it was choking me slowly. I didn't sleep properly anymore. Even when I did, it didn't feel like rest. It felt like I was just turning off for a few hours. That's how I ended up deciding to go to my uncle's old hunting cabin for a week. He used to go up there every year for deer season when I was a kid. After he passed away, nobody had really used it. My cousins didn't care for the outdoors, and his own kids had long since sold his gear. But the cabin was still in the family, just sitting there, quiet and forgotten. That was exactly what I wanted. It was mid-October when I finally packed up and headed out. I didn't tell many people. I just said I needed time away. I didn't want company. I wanted silence. The kind of silence that pressed against your ears and reminded you that you were far away from traffic and phone calls and city noise. The cabin was deep in the woods in northern Michigan. Not far from the Upper Peninsula, but not quite that far north either. It was about 3 hours of driving, and the last 40 minutes of that was all dirt roads and tree-lined turns with no other cars. I loved that part. The more trees I passed, the better I felt. It was like I could feel stress draining out of me with every mile. I had a cooler full of food, a full tank of gas, and no plans to come back before the week was over. The path to the cabin hadn't been cleared in years. Branches reached out and scraped against my truck. Leaves covered the gravel and made it hard to tell if I was even going the right way anymore. But I knew the shape of the road. I remembered coming here with my uncle when I was 10, bouncing around in the back seat while he told me to stop asking so many questions. When I finally saw the cabin, I stopped the truck and just sat there for a minute. It looked smaller than I remembered. The logs were grayed and weathered from years of snow and sun. The roof sagged a bit at the corner. The old chimney leaned just slightly, but it was still standing. The windows were intact. The door was shut. It looked tired, but not broken. That was good enough for me. I got out and stretched my legs. The air smelled like wet leaves and pine. No cars, no people, just the sound of wind pushing through trees. The only sound I could hear besides that was the ticking of my truck cooling down. That made me smile. I unlocked the cabin with the key my aunt had mailed me. Stuck a bit, but I got it open. Inside, everything smelled like old wood and dust. The furniture was still there. Simple stuff. A worn armchair, a wooden table, a shelf with some old books. The wood stove was in the corner, and the kitchen area had a propane stove and an old hand pump sink. I didn't plan to use much besides the stove and the cot in the back. I had sleeping bags and enough food for days. That first night, I just unpacked and sat outside until it got cold. I built a small fire in the fire pit out front and watched the stars come out. I hadn't seen a sky that clear in years. You forget how many stars are out there when you live under streetlights. I turned off my phone before bed. I didn't want to check it. I didn't even want to look at it. The next day was slow. I made coffee on the stove, cleaned up the kitchen area a bit, and walked around the clearing near the cabin. I found the old deer stand my uncle used to sit in. It was barely standing. One of the legs had started to rot, and the whole thing leaned like it was ready to fall. I left it alone. By afternoon, I decided to hike a bit. I didn't have a plan. I just followed an old path behind the cabin that went deeper into the woods. I brought water, a knife, and a flashlight just in case. but I wasn't planning to be gone long. I liked the sound of the leaves under my boots. I liked the wind. I even liked the way the trees creaked when they moved. It all made me feel calm, until I found the trap. It was a snare trap, the kind people use to catch small animals. It was made from wire and strung between two low branches. The thing that caught my attention was the blood. A lot of it. Fresh, dark, and wet. Whatever had been caught in the trap had either torn itself free or been taken. There were drag marks in the dirt, long, wide ones, like something had been pulled away from the trap. Not carried, dragged. I don't know why, but I followed the trail. It led into thicker woods, through underbrush and across a small dry creek bed. The blood kept going. So did the drag marks. About 200 feet in, I found more snares. 4 of them, all strung up between trees, all bloody. One of them had a piece of fur stuck in the wire. I couldn't tell what animal it came from. It didn't look like rabbit or squirrel fur. It was thicker, dark gray. The trees around me were silent. No birds, no wind, just quiet. It felt different all of a sudden. I wasn't scared yet, but I was unsettled. I turned around and walked back to the cabin. I kept my ears open the whole time. I didn't see anyone. I didn't hear anyone. But something about those traps didn't sit right with me. That night, I kept the fire going in the wood stove a little longer than usual. I read one of the old books on the shelf, some kind of outdoor survival manual. I didn't really pay attention to the words. My mind kept going back to the traps. Who was setting them? My uncle had never trapped. He hunted, but he never talked about snares or that kind of thing. The area was supposed to be empty. The nearest property was miles away. I had checked the maps before coming. The next morning, I decided not to go hiking. I stayed near the cabin, cut some wood, cleaned up the back porch, tried to shake the weird feeling I had. It didn't work. Around noon, I heard something in the woods, a thud, then another, like footsteps but heavier. I froze and listened. It stopped after a minute. I waited another 10 before moving again. I didn't see anything out there, but I started keeping the door locked after that. Even when I was inside, that night I couldn't sleep. I heard something brush against the outside wall of the cabin. Just once. A single scrape. I sat up in the cot and waited. Nothing else came. I stayed awake until sunrise. The 4th day was when things really changed. I went out behind the cabin just to look around. That's when I noticed the footprints. They weren't mine. They were larger, heavier, boot prints, leading from the woods toward the back of the cabin, then turning around and going back. I hadn't heard anyone come close, but someone had. They had come right up to the cabin in the middle of the night. I followed the tracks for a while. They went in the same direction as the snares. I didn't want to go back there, but I did. This time I brought the rifle from the cabin just in case. I didn't even check if it was loaded before. I checked now. It was 5 rounds in the magazine. The traps were gone when I got back there. All of them. No wires, no fur, no blood, just empty space. Someone had cleaned the area completely. It didn't make sense. There were no birds again, no animals, just the sound of my boots on the dirt and the wind in the trees. I stayed for maybe 5 minutes before turning around. That evening, I boarded up the windows with scrap what I found in the shed out back. I felt stupid doing it, but I did it anyway. I didn't want anyone looking in. I didn't want anything sneaking up on me. I kept the lights low and sat near the fire with the rifle beside me. I didn't read. I didn't eat much. I just listened. At around 3 in the morning, I heard the footsteps again. Slow, heavy, right outside the wall behind me. Then a long pause. Then more steps, this time circling around to the front of the cabin. I held my breath. I didn't move. I didn't want to look through the boarded window. The steps stopped by the door. I heard the handle move. Slowly. A light scrape of metal against metal. Then silence. Nothing. I waited for hours. Dawn came. I didn't sleep. That day, I packed everything. I threw what I could into the truck and made up my mind to leave. I didn't care about the rest of the week. I just wanted out. I got in the truck, turned the key, and it didn't start. The battery was dead. I checked everything I could think of. It wasn't the lights. I never left them on. The battery was new. I had replaced it 2 months ago, but it was dead, completely drained. I didn't panic yet. I told myself I could hike back to the road. It was a long way, but I could make it. I packed water, food, flashlight, and the rifle. I locked the cabin behind me and started walking. I followed the road for about an hour. That's when I noticed the tracks again. Boot prints, the same kind I saw behind the cabin. They were in front of me now, leading along the road, then off into the woods. I didn't follow them. I just kept walking. But after another mile, I saw something ahead. Something hanging from a tree. It was a rabbit, gutted, hung from its back legs by wire. Its insides were gone. Its eyes were missing. It was still dripping. I needed a break. That was all it was supposed to be. A break from my job, from the noise of the city, from the emails, the traffic, the people. I had started to feel it in my chest every morning. This pressure that never fully went away. At night, I'd stare at the ceiling with my heart beating so hard I could feel it in my neck. I wasn't sleeping right. I wasn't eating right. I told myself I'd take a week, just 1 week, go somewhere alone, be in nature, feel human again. So I rented a small hunting cabin up in northern Minnesota. It was a place I found online, some listing that barely had photos. But the price was cheap, and the guy who owned it didn't seem to care what I did as long as I didn't break anything. The cabin was about 45 minutes from the closest town and another 10 from the nearest paved road. It sat near the edge of a large plot of public land, mostly forest with some swamps and rocky ridges. It looked peaceful enough, and I wanted isolation more than anything else. I arrived in early October. That time of year, the leaves were halfway through changing, with some already bare and others still green. The air smelled like wet bark and dry grass, and the wind carried a cold bite in the evenings. I brought enough food for a week, some old deer hunting gear I hadn't used in years, and enough firewood to last me the whole trip. The cabin was smaller than I expected. It had one main room with a wood stove, a table, a creaky old bed, and a narrow kitchen setup with a propane stove and sink. There was no electricity. The bathroom was an outhouse about 50 feet into the trees. The kind of place where you could stand in the doorway and feel like the rest of the world had been wiped away. The first day passed quietly. I chopped some extra wood, made a fire in the stove, walked a few hundred yards into the woods behind the cabin to get my bearings. There were old trails, probably from other hunters or maybe snowmobiles in the winter, and a thick cover of pine, maple, and birch. No signs of people, no trash, no footprints, nothing man-made besides the trails and the little clearing around the cabin. Felt good. Felt like I could breathe again. On the second day, I woke early and walked deeper into the woods. I didn't bring a rifle, just a backpack with some snacks, a knife, and a small axe. I followed a ridge line to the north for almost 2 hours, then circled back along a dried creek bed that curved down into a swampy area. I remember stopping and standing there, looking at how the moss grew thick between the roots, the ground spongy under my boots. I thought, asterisk, this is peace. This is what I needed. Asterisk. Then I found the bones. They weren't fresh. That was my first thought. They were old, yellowed, and scattered in a wide circle. Rib bones, a partial skull, leg bones snapped clean at the joints. Not human, definitely not, but too big to be a deer. Maybe a moose calf, maybe a bear cub. I didn't know enough about bones to be sure, but they were clean. Too clean for how damp the area was. No fur, no rot, just smooth, sun-bleached bone in the middle of the woods, far from any road. I crouched down and looked closer. Something didn't sit right. I couldn't figure out what it was. I moved on, walked back to the cabin, made dinner, and tried not to think about it. But that night, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing the bones in my head, how they looked placed somehow. Not scattered like something that died and got picked apart by animals, but almost arranged. I told myself I was being stupid. City brain. Overthinking. The next morning, I went back. I wanted to look again just to be sure. Maybe take a picture and look it up later. But when I got to the spot, the bones were gone. I stood there for maybe 5 full minutes, looking around in circles. Nothing. No pile, no drag marks, no footprints. Just empty moss and ferns and wet dirt. My heart started thumping, not fast, but deep. A sinking kind of feeling that something was off. Something had changed in a way it shouldn't have. I walked back to the cabin slowly, checking the trees more than usual, listening to the wind. I didn't hear animals. That's what I realized halfway back. No birds, no squirrels, no crunch of branches or distant rustle. Just the sound of me, my boots, the shifting leaves. And once, I swear I heard something else, like a short, dull thump behind me, far off the trail. I stopped and turned around. Nothing, just trees. Back at the cabin, I shut the door and locked it. Even though it was the middle of the day, I lit a lantern and pulled the curtain over the single window. I sat at the table, thinking, trying to explain it. Maybe someone else had found the bones. Another hunter. But why would they take them? Why would they clean the area like they were never there? That night, I barely slept. I heard sounds outside the cabin, soft crunching, like something walking around. I told myself it was a deer. I even got up once and looked out the window. Didn't see anything. The moonlight lit the clearing faintly, but I felt watched. That's the only way I can describe it. Like someone was staring right at the cabin, waiting. On the 4th day, I thought about leaving, but I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe I needed to get out, get some exercise, burn off the stress. I packed my rifle and a lunch and went west, away from where I found the bones. The air felt colder. I checked my watch, it wasn't even 10, but it felt like early evening. About 3 miles out, I found a trail I hadn't noticed before. It looked older than the others, narrower, with grass growing through the center. I followed it for maybe 20 minutes until I came to a small open area. It looked like someone had camped there. Recently, there were logs stacked into a seat, ashes from a fire that couldn't have been more than a week old, and a metal cup half buried in the dirt. But no tent, no gear, no tarp, just traces. I looked around for tracks. There were faint ones, heavy boots it looked like, going south deeper into the trees. I turned back. That night, the noises got worse. I heard something scrape against the cabin wall. Not an animal. It was long, slow. I held my breath, gripping my hunting knife. Then silence. I stayed awake until morning. The next day, I checked around the cabin. I found a footprint behind the outhouse. Just one. But it wasn't mine. It was larger, wider. The heel was deep, like someone stood there for a long time. That day, I kept the rifle within reach at all times. I stayed near the cabin, chopping wood, trying to act normal. But I felt exposed. The woods felt closer somehow, like they were pressing in. At sunset, I noticed something strange. A tree about 20 feet from the cabin had a mark on it. It hadn't been there before. A deep cut, 2 vertical slashes with a short horizontal one through the middle. Almost like a symbol. Fresh. The bark was peeled back around it. I didn't sleep that night. I sat with the rifle across my lap, the lantern on low. Around 2 a.m., I heard something again. This time it was clear. Footsteps. Slow. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. I didn't move. The steps circled the cabin, then stopped, and then a knock. One single knock on the door. Not hard, not loud, but definite. A knock. I didn't answer. I didn't breathe. Minutes passed. Then the footsteps moved away. I waited until dawn before I opened the door. There was nothing outside. No prints. No sign anyone had been there. That morning, I packed everything. I loaded my truck and drove out. I didn't care about the rest of the trip. I didn't care about the food, the money, the plan. I wanted out. I didn't stop until I hit the paved highway. When I got to the nearest gas station, I pulled in, went to the bathroom, and stared at myself in the mirror. I looked pale. My eyes were bloodshot. I hadn't eaten in almost a day. Back home, I kept thinking about it. I couldn't explain it. There was no face, no name, no clear threat. But there was someone out there. Someone who had been in those woods longer than I had. Someone who knew I was there. Who had come close. Knocked. Left a mark. Weeks later, I looked up missing person reports in that county. I found 2 in the last year, both hunters, both solo, both went out and never came back. No bodies, just gone. I called the owner of the cabin. He didn't answer. Emailed. No reply. I haven't been back to the woods since. I still dream about the knock sometimes. I wake up cold, heart racing, listening for footsteps. But I know this. There was someone else in those woods, and they didn't want me there. And I think if I'd stayed one more night, I wouldn't be here to write this.